Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Is the audio okay?
The audio is great.
Great. Good. Welcome everyone to the Kleros Conference, Decentralized Justice, Law in an Age of Memes, of Crowds, and of Blockchain. I am Federico Ast, I am CEO at Kleros, and I am going to be your Master of Ceremonies today. We will discuss lots of different things regarding to the future of law, of justice. So we will have lots of different speakers who will cover many topics. We're very happy to have you here, and well, let's just get started with a bit of the history of Kleros and of blockchain and law. You can see my screen, right? All good?
Everything is good, Fede.
Great. So this story starts in the 1990s with Nick Szabo when he writes this paper about smart contracts and this new way to build a legal system of automated agreements that self-enforce. Nick Szabo, at that moment, he didn't think of smart contracts working on blockchain because there were no blockchain in the 1990s. But in 2008, as you know, we get this great paper by Satoshi Nakamoto, which introduces the concept of blockchain and the technology. And then, as you know, Vitalik Buterin brings the concept of blockchain into the smart contract world, right? By a more sophisticated language for programming new kinds of agreements and to give birth to lots of new types of economic realities that were not possible before. Economic realities that are going to be the cornerstone of the digital economy that is being built as we speak. And as you know, on top of Ethereum, lots of different teams are building the new platforms where humans will exchange different types of goods and services, humans and bots as well, of course. And so this Web3 ecosystem is being built at this moment by different teams from all over the world. And there is one problem in this new economy and in this new type of governance for this new transaction. So some contracts are complete. They can be just read by machines and they don't need any human intervention to work. But some other type of contracts are ambiguous and they are open to interpretation. And lots of the platforms and the new marketplaces where this new decentralized economy is being born, they will have lots of different type of disputes or situations that require humans to interpret clauses of an agreement, which is what historically courts have done, right? And the problem is that the smart contracts are smart enough in order to self-execute, but they are not smart enough so to resolve the subjective interpretation situations that are going to arise in these new platforms. So let's say, for example, as we always use this example at Kleros, Alice hires Bob to do some software development work for her. So she can go to escrow.kleros.io. This is an escrow solution that enables anyone to build different type of contracts with service providers, and then she goes there and she sends some payment in cryptocurrency into an escrow account, and then she agrees with Bob that if some issue were to arise with this agreement, with this contract, there would be an arbitrator called Kleros. This is similar to how arbitration agreements operate in these days. You know, parties agree if some dispute happens, or there's going to an arbitration seat, and in this case, Kleros is the arbitrator, right? And so the money will stay locked into the escrow until the situation, so the contract ends, either because both parties are happy or because there is a dispute that is going to be resolved by the arbitrator. So in this case, there is a dispute, indeed, because she claims that Bob didn't comply with the contract, and Kleros is going to select, in an autonomous way, a number of jurors who are going to analyze the evidence. They're going to see the contract, they're going to see the product that was delivered, and any other evidence applicable to this case, and they're going to vote who is right. So here you can see a bit the interface where jurors vote in Kleros court. And so in this case, they voted that Alice was right. So the money that was locked into the escrow is going to be sent to her. And so this brings a final, ends the situation with her being reimbursed. And in this way, Kleros was able to provide a very important infrastructure service to this global economy of digital agreements, right? So the first important feature to remember about decentralized justice is that this is a system that is built on blockchain, right? What does this mean and why this is important? Because all the procedure for the dispute resolution is going to be encoded into a distributed network, and nobody can tamper with the way, so with the evidence. No one can replace a piece of evidence by another one, and no one can arbitrarily change how jurors are selected. So everything is going to happen as it was coded at the beginning. And this brings to decentralized justice a very important feature that we would want to have in every legal system, that is rule of law. You know, the procedure is going to be done exactly as it was meant to be done, and no one can tamper with it. So feature one then of decentralized justice is rule of law provided by blockchain technology. So another interesting question to answer here. Okay, so how do you select jurors? In this case, let's think of this woman. She's a software developer from Vietnam, and she has a job, and she works on her job during the day, and at night she wants to make some extra money on the side, and she wants to make money by being a juror in cases happening in Kleros. So for this, she needs to get a token called PNK. The name comes from the inspiration from the name that the ancient token had in the ancient Greece to select jurors for their popular trials. So PNK is the token that she needs to get in order to be a juror. It's like a lottery ticket that gives you the right to be drawn as a juror in cases in the Kleros platform. And then Kleros has a lot of different courts, and then this woman, she takes the token into the court where she wants to work, and then she's going to be drawn. So many other people deposit the token, and then let's say 5 are drawn as jurors in the case, so these guys are going to have the opportunity to see the evidence and to vote who is right in the situation. Quite magical thing of Kleros is that these people, they don't have to provide any proof of identity, and then they don't have to provide any proof of expertise as to be selected as jurors in the court, right? And this is very a peculiar way of Kleros working compared to traditional legacy legal systems, right? How can it be possible that anyone can, just by having the token, be drawn and resolve disputes, right? This is something that when I speak to lawyers, it sounds like a really weird thing to them. But the way in which Kleros works is a bit different from traditional legal systems, and it's based on game theory. As you know, it's a branch of economic theory which deals with how agents behave strategically in different situations. And in particular, Kleros is inspired in the work that was done by this gentleman called Thomas Schelling, Nobel Prize in Economics 2005. And he developed this concept of focal points that relates of how people coordinate when they have to make a joint decision and they cannot communicate or they don't trust each other. So in this case, very simple exercise. So if each of you will have to pick a number of these 12 numbers, and you get rewarded if you pick the same one that the majority picks. Let's say you make $20, and if you pick a different one, then you make nothing. So most people will pick the 1,000 because it looks natural, and they expect others to coordinate in that number. And so this generates a situation where when each of us choose independently, we tend to coordinate into this number, and this is the focal point in this exercise. So bringing this logic into Kleros, the main insight is that if you put a number of jurors to analyze the same type of evidence, the same case of the same contract, the same product that was developed, and they have to vote independently under the incentive where they have to choose what the majority chooses. So the selling point, so the more distinguished choice that these people can do is the truth about the dispute. So, and this is the application of the Schelling principle, the Schelling focal points principle, into the justice world. And this results in a situation where users trying to game the system will lose money. They will probably, how can people try to game the system? Just by voting randomly, like without even looking at the evidence, or by taking bribes. So if users do this behavior, for example, if you just vote randomly, you may be on the right side of the majority sometimes, but generally speaking, you will be like just voting randomly, and you will lose more tokens, and then you will end up like losing more tokens, and then you will end up losing and exiting the system. But if you take the time to make an honest choice and see the evidence and really apply your knowledge to solve the dispute in an honest way, then you will be more likely to be in the right side of the majority and then make more money than what you lose. So in the end, you're going to be able to mine, if you want to mine money by providing justice to the world. So you may be in the wrong side of the majority at some times, because these are issues of interpretation and answers are not very clear cut, but over time, on average, you will tend to make more money than what you lose. So, and this brings us to two other features of decentralized justice. First, it's collective intelligence. The people who participate in the dispute resolution, they are members from the community, and they are crowdsourced. People self-select into the course where they want to work, and then this random selection algorithm selects them depending on how many tokens they have staked. So this is a way in which communities are pooled in order to help into resolving disputes, which is in some way a very old principle coming from the Middle Ages and the law merchant that used to use other merchants as jurors in trade disputes. And the third main feature of decentralized justice is the cryptoeconomic incentives on which it relies. This is, of course, as you saw, very different from traditional courts. And the incentive system is thought in such a way that the individual gain of each individual juror is going to be aligned with its ability to produce justice and its ability to bring fairness to the system as a whole, right? So this is the third and very important feature of what makes decentralized justice. So I made a very short introduction about how this works, and because we're going to speak a lot about how this incentive system works, how the communities can produce knowledge and fairness. So if you are interested in these topics, don't miss the talk by Jose Luis Martí right after this one. Then you have a bit later today Eyal Winter, who is an expert in game theory, and he's going to discuss how rationality and emotions can mix into these decentralized justice systems. Tomorrow you have Clement speaking about the technology behind Kleros and how all this system works and how we develop these apps. Tomorrow as well, you have William, if you are interested in learning more about the details of the incentive system and the research challenges that we have when we develop these mechanisms. So you can miss William's talk. So basically, Kleros is a court that can solve different types of disputes of many kinds. But these type of disputes are or can be classified in three main kinds: curation, escrows, and oracle kind of disputes. The escrow use cases I already mentioned before, the escrow app that you can use to hire contractors, and this is going to be backed by dispute resolution done by Kleros. There is another app that we developed, this kind of escrow with some curation, also topics, called Linguo, that is specifically targeted as to a market of translators. So if you want to make a translation, you don't know if the guy who's going to be the translator is going to do a good job. So you can use this, and then in case there is a dispute, Linguo is going to send the dispute to Kleros for resolution. If you're interested in learning more about this, you can't miss tomorrow's talk by Enrique Barcelos, who's the key developer of Linguo, tomorrow, Friday, at 1950 UTC. Then there is another app that anyone can use to create any type of dispute they want. It's called the Dispute Resolver. And if you want to learn more about this one, Ferit is going to speak about this tomorrow at 20:30 UTC. And then we have this other big box of cases that is curation. Curation, the first use case we did of curation, so was actually the launch of Kleros on the mainnet on July 2018. We launched a pilot to test how Kleros worked called Dodges on Trial. And it was a curated list where users could send images that others could see and challenge them. And jurors had to decide what images were acceptable into the list. And so in so people had to send Dodge images. Of course, the Dodge image is referring to the dog. And so others could see if the image that was submitted with a deposit had to be accepted into the list because it complied with the guidelines or not. And so users had the incentive to send a lot of images of different Dodges in order to collect a small reward. But the main incentive was try to get a cat into the list and fool jurors to have it accepted there. And if you could do this, you could make 50 ETH, okay? And so this is a bit of a show of what people sent. These are submissions that were accepted into the list, and they all look like a bit like Dodges. And then these are some of the images that were rejected because they didn't comply. So people were very creative. See, like some photoshopped Dodge with a cat, and others put this mask on the cat. So people were arguing on Telegram whether an image should be accepted or not. And so some people tried to bribe jurors. Some examples of bribery attempts that didn't work. And then we started having discussions because someone submitted an image of this person, and people thought that it was not a Dodge, but then someone came and then said, yeah, but this is Dodge of Venice. That was the name of the president of the Republic of Venice in the Middle Ages. So there were all these discussions about whether this image had to be accepted or not. And then because did it comply with the essence of Dogeness or because or not? Well, because some thought that Dogeness was only about dogs and others thought, well, but this is called a Doge, so why shouldn't we accept it? So, and there was another image that introduced more complexity into the issue. It was a person that not only we had the discussion of whether this was a Doge in the sense of the Dogeness appropriate to the list, but also the factual situation whether this person actually had been a Doge of Venice or not. And so with this example, we learned a lot about how communities resolve dispute and how communities create precedents and jurisprudence and how the debates happen and how rules start to change in how people coordinate. And then we had a really cool, what we call cat in the snow case of someone who submitted this image and it was accepted into the list. And then this guy sent us an email, okay, you have to pay me the 50 ETH because this image is actually this one if you look at it from the other side. But then we said, oh, but we're not so sure about that. So it could be this one, right? And so what we did is a trial, basically an escrow trial between the Kleros cooperative team and this guy. And so the question that we ask is, does the image clearly show a cat? And there were lots of discussions. So some people thought, well, you know, these ears are not like a cat ears, but this, yeah, but the footprints are footprints of a cat. But yeah, but then how do you know these footprints are from this animal and not someone putting a cat on? So there was all of these different situations or discussions. You want to know who won? Join Telegram group, and you can ask there who won this first decentralized trial of all time. If you want to learn more about how these situations of these trials of communities happen and how memes are relevant in these discussions and all this, you cannot miss Stuart's talk today at 18:20 UTC. He's going to address all these issues of how people try to convince others in online trials and the role of memes and etc. So Dogecoin trial was very fun, but that was only a test. In March 2019, we launched Tokens by Kleros, and you know we are in a world where more things are going to be tokenized, and you all know about the rise of DeFi, and you all know also that there is lots of people trying to scam others on the internet by submitting false tokens. So we thought of a way. So in the future, when most of the exchanges are going to be decentralized, so how can you produce a system that can ensure that the assets that are traded in these places are secure and comply with a number of safety like rules for the consumer, right? And how can you have this done not by the internal team of a company, but by the community, right? So we launched tokens by Kleros that is live in these places, a token registry of tokens, where if you want the token to have to be in the list, you have to make a submission of a proposal to have the token listed, and you make a deposit as well. So this woman is submitting the token with this little interface that you can make your submission here, and then other users, as they did in the version trial, they can check if the thing that was submitted complies or doesn't comply with the guidelines to be accepted into the list. In this case, no one challenges the token, and then the submitter receives back the deposit, and the token is accepted into the list. Of course, this is a good token because it's a PNK. No one would reject this one. But let's say that now she submits a token, a fake token, because it has a wrong contract address. So other users can challenge the submission with another deposit. Here is the interface where people can challenge the submission. And then what happens, of course, this goes to dispute resolution in Kleros, where a jury is going to determine whether the submission complies or doesn't comply with the guidelines to be listed. So in this case, they say that it doesn't comply, so the token is removed from the list, and the deposit, and the challenger gets the deposit of the submitter and recovers its own deposit, right? And that was a very simple list, but then you can make it more complex and add badges for a token to comply with a number of specific like situations that you want it to comply. For example, being an ERC20 token, or in this case, we did a very interesting application with Finex. So there was a number of rules that Finex determined that they wanted tokens to comply in order to be submitted to their governance process to vote on them. So it was a filter. So if you want to list at Finex your token, you have to first have the Finex badge into the Kleros token registry, and then community will vote of all those who get the badge. So there was a quite comprehensive set of rules, and we have like lots of good stories that you will learn about in the Stewart talks for sure. But you will let me just tell you about one. So Barter Chain, someone submitted this token, and well, for challengers to see, and they found that there was some guy called Scott Bingley apparently having like social media like fake profiles, and he claimed to be part of some like blockchain Oxford group. And someone, I think a challenger or a jury, called to Oxford and asked for this guy, and they like said, no, we don't have no idea who Scott Bingley is, and like there's not a like Oxford blockchain group here. So that was a way in which the community detected this fake submission, and this token was removed from the list. And as you know, Uniswap recently introduced token lists in order to prevent fake tokens to be listed there and to bring more safety to consumers and to users. And so one of those lists is the Kleros list, where you can submit your token, as I explained before. And it has like 500 tokens listed, so it's the most comprehensive token list so far, I think, of all the others. So you want to learn more about this use case, please visit tokens.kleros.io, and then you can learn more, and you can submit your token and see all the badges that are now available. If you want to learn more, of course, about this, please don't miss the talk by Will Harborn, who is going to speak about DeFi and compliance and diversifying in Kleros. And Will, of course, we did together the badge of Finex. So that was with him, but we did this first experiment and worked very well. So you can learn a lot more about how curated lists can help in compliance into the decentralized ecosystem. And of course, later, last talk of today, we are doing a fellowship with the Maker Foundation to have a researcher, do a comprehensive research about what would be the framework that we want to an asset that wanted to be collateral of the DAI. Like, what would be the features it should have, and what would be the guidelines for the community to accept new tokens into the multi-collateral DAI? So tonight you can check. This is going to be a very short talk, just presenting the fellowship. Applications are open now, and you can apply until Monday night. Okay. So we have this really good test of how Kleros could work for curation. So why don't we apply it to other things? Why not to produce a proof of humanity, a list of humans that you can use for lots of different use cases? We are going to speak about that tomorrow at 18:30 UTC. Santi is going to make a presentation about the humans and the problem of identity on the blockchain. And then Enrique, our developer, he is going to explain how the proof of humanity system works based on the curation ideas that we learned starting from versions on trial and then with the tokens, right? So don't miss this tomorrow. And then, of course, why don't let anyone just make lists of whatever they want? So that's why we developed Curate, that you can just go there and you create the list of what you want, and then you set a number of rules, and then the community can just start curating things in the decentralized way. Like you can use this for content, like on social media, for e-commerce listing in e-commerce platforms, like for job listing in work platform, whatever you want, you think that should be curated in a decentralized way, just use Curate, right? And if you want to learn more, just tomorrow, 17:30 UTC, Matt, who is the developer behind this project, you can explain everything about this and answer all your questions. And finally, last but not least, the Oracle use cases. So, Omen, you know, one of the big things that we have in this new governance era is prediction markets. We have lots of applications, for example, for Fidelity. And prediction markets require sometimes the truth solution because there is some uncertainty about how what was the factual thing that happened after that will clear the market and will distribute the prize money to the different parties. So Omen has Kleros as dispute resolver for the disputes happening there. We had a very, very important case that was, I think it was in July or August. It was, will there be a day with at least 1,000 reported corona death in the US in the first 14 days of July? So that case ended up in a Kleros court because there were different sources that said, some said yes, some said no. And so this was the very famous or infamous case 302. It was the biggest case Kleros ever so far, with over 500 jurors. And you can see all the memes and, you know, lots of discussions there. So I'm sure Stuart maybe can explain a bit more about that in his talk. Now there is a potential one that could end up in some similar situation. As you know, the US situation. So will Joe Biden win the 2020 United States presidential election? Well, hopefully it doesn't need to go to the solution, but that may end up going there. So in Kleros is going to make the decision on which is the right answer. Want to learn more about oracles and Kleros? You can go to this talk tomorrow. Clement, Edmund, and Alex Edmund is from Realisio, and Alex is from Gnosis. So you can learn more about our approach to oracles. So to start closing this talk, so I don't take much more time, the big vision we have at Kleros is like becoming this DAO court for all these DAOs that are starting to pop up and becoming the distributed solution system for all of the decentralized ecosystem in all of the different kind of use cases. And this is a bit like what Kleros looks like now in the distributed solution ecosystem. You know, there are different things are connected to Kleros and to different apps developed by Kleros. When I did this same chart early this year for my Ethereum London talk, like it was like less populated. So I'm very happy to see more very good projects connected into Kleros, and so it's great to see it growing. And we hope like this is going to grow a lot in the coming times. And also there is a program I'm very proud of, which is the Kleros Fellowship of Justice. Basically, we have some ideas of what are the use cases of Kleros, but like we don't know all of them because there are so many. So we created this program in August 2018 to have people coming and do some research about how they could apply Kleros into different types of situations. Like, for example, Dimitri, I saw him in the audience, so Dimitri studied whether Kleros could be seen as compliant with the traditional arbitration mechanisms of the New York Convention. Abir, who is going to speak this afternoon, he's going to he did a research about Kleros for arbitration in oil and gas, but today he's going to be speaking about Kleros for IP disputes in the context of WIPO. So there are others. Mauricio, who's going to be this afternoon, he's going to speak about Kleros for peer-to-peer energy disputes in peer-to-peer networks. And then we have, this is the third batch of the fellowship, and here you have well, I'm not going to go through all of them, but they did really interesting research about different topics. Most of them are lawyers. And yeah, so if you're interested into also coming and doing some specific type of research about some case that you want to research about Kleros, the fourth batch of the fellowship is now open, so you can apply. So yeah, you can apply on our website. If you want to learn more about these use cases that were developed by different fellows, don't miss tomorrow with the moderation of Damian. No, today, it's today, 1850 UTC. Abir, Mauricio, and Luis are going to discuss some of the insights they found from their research about different use cases. And then for all who are more interested in all the legal aspects of Kleros, and don't miss this excellent talk, panel actually moderated by Sophie Nappert, who is a really well-known and very respected arbitrator from the traditional world. And so with Jose Torres, a Colombian lawyer who is also an ex-Stanford fellow in the Stanford Legal Design Lab. And so there's going to be also me and William O'Rourke, who is a lawyer based in France, specialist in crypto. So this is going to be an excellent panel to come to see. And if you want to learn more about Kleros, of course, you can read our book, kleros.io, the website. You can download the book there, and then you can, everything that I try to explain here, like very fast and very poorly, it's well explained there with all of the appropriate detail. So download this book and learn everything about Kleros. And of course, if you want to get involved, please join our Telegram group. Telegram, so lots of discussion happen there about use cases, the cryptoeconomics, game theory, incentives, so everything that I just explained a bit. You can join the community and become a juror yourself and start being a part of this justice revolution. And so to close now, decentralized justice, this is the main area in which Kleros works. It's made of three main topics. First, decentralized justice systems, decentralized system built on blockchain. No one can tamper with this, so everything is secure. This blockchain provides the system the rule of law, and everything is transparent. These systems are also built on communities and collective intelligence. They leverage knowledge of people in order to solve disputes, and they have innovative incentive systems that are different to what existed before, but which are very efficient, and they're very, very fast, and they're very transparent. So this is the future of law. This is the work we are doing at Kleros. So welcome you all, and please enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. And now, yeah, I have to give, let me stop sharing the screen. 1 second. So yeah, and our first speaker today is going to be my friend Jose Luis Martí, who is going to speak about crowd law. Crowd law is a simple but powerful idea that public institutions work better when they encourage citizen engagement, leveraging new technologies to tap into diverse sources of opinions, expertise, and data. So as you saw, Kleros is based on a lot of these principles. So Jose Luis is going to speak about what are the examples of using crowd law in these days, and how can collective intelligence take us to the next stage of human governance. Let me Just give you a bit about his bio. So José Luis Martí holds a PhD in political science and government from Pompeu Fabra University. He's an expert in deliberative democracy and collective intelligence in politics and law. He is vice rector of innovation at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, an associate professor of law and political philosophy at the same school. Currently, José Luis leads a multidisciplinary research project entitled Global Democracy Project, which studies ways of democratizing global and international institutions and the development of legitimate spaces of global governance. José Luis was also one of the speakers at the Decentralized Justice Conference we organized last January at the University of Leicester in the United Kingdom, in which now looks like a different world than what we have today, I guess. So José Luis, welcome to the conference and thank you for coming, and the stage is yours to start.
Thank you very much, Federico. You're right that now looking back and thinking in the Leicester conference, it looks like we're going ages ago, right? So thank you very much for inviting me and having me in this conference. It's a pleasure to be always engaged in your projects. I'm a big fan, as you know, of what you're doing at Kleros. And I'm here basically to try to explain how I see that Kleros and all what you have just explained actually connects with something that is even wider that I would call crowd law. Let me share my screen now. Let's see, I can do it. I hope you can see it.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good. Right, so I have this presentation on, as I said, the idea of crowd law, which I didn't invent. Actually, this name, as I will explain in a minute, comes from an idea of Beth Novak. But despite now the name or the label that we want to give, of course, the idea is not new at all. And I think it very nicely fits or connects with what you are doing at Kleros. It has to do with collective intelligence mostly, and it also connects with what I would call crowd justice or an idea of open justice that is certainly decentralized in your sense. I will basically divide my talk in three parts. The first one, it will be very brief, but I think it's actually required to say a little bit about the context in which we are located right now. I always like to start my talks about making this brief reflections about the situation, because we hear every day that our world is changing, that everything is being transformed, that we are going through a process of deep change and transformation in our society. And I think it's always important to take a minute and try to reflect in which sense this is so, and how is this affecting many of the categories that are traditional. And I think exactly as you just did, Federico, I think the law, as any other part of the reality, is going to change, and it's already changing. But if you want, you can also see this first part actually as my description of the problem that I think that crowd law comes to solve. So you can see crowd law actually as a solution, and then the question would be, which is the problem that this is a solution for? And the problem or list of problems that I hope crowd law might help to solve is what I will describe in this first part. Then I will present briefly the idea of crowd law, and I will finish my talk, as long as giving you some examples of real cases of crowd law. I will end with some reflections about collective intelligence, and I hope that this can help also Kleros in developing the project, because I think that our study, our research on collective intelligence is in the middle of an explosion. I think that we are witnessing an explosion of our research and literature, but I think that there are many open questions yet, and I think that this is actually exciting to try to contribute to bring this agenda ahead. So I start with this reflection about the new reality. And of course, if anything has changed since February when we met at Leicester, is that, of course, the world now is completely new in a very clear and obvious sense, because we are all aware of the threat that the pandemic, the COVID-19 virus represents for all of us. This was actually already there back in February, but we didn't know enough about how deep this change was going to be and how tremendous the effects for everybody, for every country. And in a way, of course, many things have changed since then. But I promise you that, so in Leicester, I talked about many of the things that I will talk today. Many of the slides are actually the same. I updated some of them, as you will see. I updated some of them, but many are actually the same. And I promise that these first slides about the new reality that we are living in are pretty much the same, with just a few additions, but they are pretty much the same. So I think back in February, I was talking about a new reality that, of course, now needs to be complemented with a reflection about COVID and global health and global pandemics. But the new reality is basically the same. The kind of transformation processes that I see out there are basically the same. So as I see it, we can describe four main factors of change. And I put here this slides as factors of change, but let me also say that they are actually threats that we face or challenges, if you want. And these are the four challenges that I think that crowd law, not exclusively, but among other tools, crowd law should help us to face and solve. So these are, as I said, these are the kind of problems that I hope that crowd law may help us to face. The first one is that our political and justice systems and the legal systems, they face today a much more complex reality than ever before. Just think on the kind of knowledge that was necessary for MPs, members of parliament, or judges, or lawyers to properly do their work in the 1970s, or in the 50s, or the 20s, or even back in the history. Nowadays, the world, and the legal world, is much more complex than ever. So we need some combination of science and expertise, but also a combination, an addition of distributed knowledge that is out there in the society, that everyone has, maybe a piece of it, basically to fight against fake news and to fight against a fragmented public sphere, which represents a new challenge, as I will develop in a second. So the first factor is growing complexity. And I think we cannot ignore this, because that's actually a strong characteristic, a strong feature of our society. The second one, obvious to everyone, is that we live today in a global world. Despite what you can hear about some people saying, look, COVID-19 changed it all and globalization is dead and countries will recover part of their sovereignty and power, I don't agree. I don't believe in that thing. I think that that's not true. What I see out there is just a reaction to certain patterns of globalization. But if I look at in the future and I try to predict how the future will be in 20, 30 years, 40 years from now, for me, it's obvious. And I think that nobody can deny that the future will be more global than it is now, at least in a very basic sense, that we are facing problems and challenges that are all global, right? We face global climate change, and this is obviously a global problem that affects us all. But now we have the issue of the pandemic, right? COVID-19 is an obvious example. So it makes my work a little bit easier, actually. It's an obvious example. We will only be able to go through the virus and fix the problem if we coordinate our efforts and we work together. To the extent that there is one single country in the world facing COVID-19 and letting the virus spread, this is a potential threat for everyone else. So this is a global problem in a very deep sense, and only a global coordinated effort may help us to actually find solutions. But the same happens with many other goals and challenges, like global security, global justice, preservation of ecosystems, global inequalities, and many others. What I think this reveals is that we urgently need more, stronger, more effective, and more democratic instruments of global governance. I think that related to the COVID-19 crisis, for instance, what we have seen is a total failure or a quite important failure of the WHO, the World Health Organization. I think that this reveals very clearly that we need something much more sophisticated. The third factor of change or challenge, if you want, is the digital revolution. And this has very positive aspects. And we are actually, Kleros is an excellent example of the kind of very good things that you can do by using technology. We can really create radically new opportunities for empowering individuals and communities. This is what it is all about, what Federico was telling us about. And we can also change, for good and for bad, we can change the rules of the game and some of the structural features of our political world and our legal systems. Kleros has also this potential of being disruptive for the good, for improving and strengthening the effectiveness of our legal system and the justice system. But it's also true, and we all know about, because we are bombed every day with this kind of news, that technology creates new dangers and threats, right? New possibilities of domination or potential threats to freedom, equality, security, privacy, and many other values. This is also true. And finally, the fourth factor of change, which we need to take very seriously, is what many people call the crisis of democracy. We are embedded in a reality in which there is a growing dissatisfaction and mistrust of our representative systems, especially among young people. That's very worrying, I think. Many people think that this is a crisis of democratic representation. Remember that they don't represent us, the motto that many people used back in 2011, but many social movements are still using once and again. Many people say the bridges, the representative bridge between the representatives and the represented, are broken. These bridges don't exist anymore. We're not having an effective and quality representation. For many reasons. One of them is that there has been this rise of populism, polarization, and social fragmentation that is making democracy more complicated everywhere, but also because there is a growing global concentration of power, especially in private or non-democratic public hands. Just think on the big technological companies, the amount of power that they have, just by having access to those huge amounts of data about the people. But also, this crisis of democracy comes correlated with the idea of a mismatch between political power, which sticks basically to a national level. What we have, our democracies are still mostly, in a good part, national democracies, and the reality of de facto power, economic, cultural, technological power, which is global and much more powerful than ever, as I said. And finally, there is, of course, the threat or the challenge of growing inequality. So these four factors of change that bring us to a conclusion that we face a totally new reality, a new era of humankind, which is plenty of good potentialities. We have new tools, new institutions that can help us in facing these new challenges in an effective way, basically to fight for justice and democracy as we always did, but they also come with some downside or some kind of threats. This brings me to the second part of the talk, the idea of crowd law. The idea of crowd law, as Federico already presented, is a very simple idea. It was casted, the name was created by Beth Simone Novak. She's the director of the Governance Lab. She was the former director of the White House Initiative for Open Government under the first Obama administration. She's the author of many books, Wiki Government, Smart Citizens, Smarter State. Both of them I recommend you. But she's also the author of this forthcoming book, Solving Public Problems, A Practical Guide to Fix Our Government and Change Our World, which is completely aligned with what I will tell you, what I will speak, or the other way around. I'm completely aligned with her way of approaching the problem. I had a video, but for the sake of time, I will avoid showing you. It was only 2 minutes, but anyway, I can basically explain to you the key idea. So if you go to the webpage crowd.law, you will find many resources. You will find videos, interviews, case studies, papers, and other resources. And you will also find a manifesto. This manifesto was actually the byproduct of the first meeting that we had with people coming from different disciplines, lawyers, political scientists, practitioners from social activism, philosophers, and so on, who met in 2018, and all of us were convinced that we needed a new methodology. So basically what we try to capture with this idea of crowd law is a new way of approaching things. It's not totally new, as I said before, because I mean, the idea of crowdsourcing decision-making, which is what lies behind the idea of crowd law, is not new. But crowd law is just a new word that tries to capture and bring some kind of consistency or coherence to the varieties of ways in which you can crowdsource decision-making. And then in the manifesto, we made the effort of defining the word, the beast, so to speak, and the word got this definition. Crowd law is any law, policymaking, or public decision-making at any level that offers a meaningful opportunity for the public to participate in one or multiple stages of decision-making, including but not limited to the processes of problem identification, solution identification, proposing, drafting, ratification, implementation, or evaluation of the law. Crowd law draws on innovative processes and new technologies and encompasses diverse forms of engagement among elected representatives. So as I said, this might happen actually at very different levels, from the highest and very abstract level of crowd constitution making. And there you have, for instance, the example with an unhappy end, but the example with a very inspiring of the constitution making process in Iceland back in 2010, 2012. But you can have crowd law at the lawmaking level in legislatures, and I will mention a few examples in a minute. You have crowd law at policymaking as well in regulatory agencies. You have crowd justice or crowd adjudication, and here is where I see Kleros mostly embedded, not exclusively, but I think that Kleros, I would classify it in this layer. And you can have finally crowd execution or crowd administration. So you can have crowd law at any level of lawmaking or public decision making. And this idea of crowd law is basically characterized by the following elements. It's a combination of the use of technology. This is critical, right? So it takes advantage of the potential of new technologies to improve and strengthen decision making, and also citizen engagement, right? Technology and citizen engagement. These are two key elements. And these two key elements have a twofold goal. So we have two basic aims here. On the one hand, one aim is strengthening democratic legitimacy, because we are in that situation of crisis of democracy that I mentioned before. That is for us super important, right? And triggers much of our anxiety about improving our systems of governance. That's the first goal. But the second goal, which is, yes, different, but not totally independent or totally disconnected from the first one, is that crowd law is intrinsically committed to the goal of improving the quality of results in public decision making. We are convinced that through the idea of collective intelligence, that I will elaborate in a minute, we can engage people, and by doing so, we can improve actually the quality of our decisions. And I think, again, Kleros is a perfect example of how you can do that in one particular area of law, which is crowd justice or crowd adjudication or crowd arbitration or crowd conflict resolution, if you want. The overarching normative ideal that is behind this idea of crowd law is what I would call deliberative and collaborative democracy, but that might be controversial to some people, and it's actually not necessary to go into the deepest level of the philosophy behind it. If you have any question about this, I'm happy to take them in the Q&A. So on the one hand, as I said, crowd law is committed to strengthen the democratic legitimacy of our systems, because we are convinced that we have a problem there, right? Our democracies have a legitimacy that is clearly perfectible or improvable, right? Legitimacy comes in degrees. It's not an all or nothing thing. So it's not that our democracies are totally legitimate. I'm not saying this, but it's clear that we have a problem. For many citizens, the kind of democracies that we have today, they are not enough. And that's what, to my view, that's what lies behind ideas like they don't represent us, these mottos that you can hear here and there in many protests and social movements. And I think that what this proves is that part of this dissatisfaction of many citizens with democracy is well-grounded. I think that citizens are right in expecting more from our democratic institutions. And I think that crowd law might help, not exclusively, but it might be one of the key issues to help us to strengthen this democratic legitimacy. In the end, the aim is reconstructing, as I said, the representation bridge. And the other goal, legitimacy is not enough. We are dealing with crucial issues for people's life and fundamental interests. And as I said at the beginning, our world is much more complex than it used to be. So giving legitimacy to the system is a fantastic goal, but it's not enough. We need also good results, good decisions. We need to make correct decisions, just decisions, but especially more efficient, efficacious, and effective decisions. So there are several dimensions when we refer to the quality of results. This is a very complex idea, and I'm happy also to take questions on this. The literature is huge, and there's a lot of discussion, but it basically refers to a set of standards that we might discuss for hours about what makes a law a good law. But certainly those standards must include things like that the decision-making and lawmaking process needs to be evidence-based, that it needs to take into account substantive justice, that the decisions that we want to make, they need to be efficacious, effective, and efficient. Proportionality is also important, congruence, clarity, and so on. So these are all aspects of lawmaking that we are convinced that collective intelligence can help us to improve. Now, there's a variety of forms in which crowd law might be embodied. So we have data sharing initiatives already implemented and being experimented in different places. We have crowd law in and for legislatures. We have online participatory platforms, online deliberation initiatives, government processes open to virtual communities, crowd justice, and many others. Related to crowd justice, let me just say something related to crowd justice. The idea of crowd justice, as I see it, is a natural evolution of the idea of open justice, which is a well-known trend in those working in innovation in the justice system. And I think it's basically the idea of open justice when it's complemented with the idea of collective intelligence and distributive and this decentralized decision-making. And I think I'm convinced that new technologies can be very helpful in order to improve many different aspects of the justice system, from fact-finding processes to legal reasoning and interpretation and to conflict resolution, as I think Kleros exemplifies very well. Let me briefly mention a few examples of crowd law, practical examples, I mean, of things that are being already implemented, and then you can get a more practical idea of what is behind this notion. The first one is this super interesting initiative that the American Congress, the House of Representatives, is implementing. They started implementing it before the pandemic. Now they turned online because at the beginning it was actually in-person processes, but now they turned online, of course, and that was super easy because it was actually intrinsic to the whole idea, the use of technology. So there is this fantastic initiative of crowd law for Congress, which consists in inviting people, citizens, ordinary citizens, to participate at different stages of the legislative process and help the MPs, the representatives, to do a good job when they pass new legislation. Another initiative, in this occasion coming from the UK, is Evidence Check, the Evidence Check web forum, in which, again, ordinary citizens are invited to participate and engage in trying to check whether certain things that are being said in the parliament are true or not. So it's basically about pulling in some information that is distributed across the society. Another example coming from Brazil, not to give just examples coming from the Northern Hemisphere. There are super interesting examples coming from the Southern world, and especially from Latin America. Wikileges in Brazil, they have quite a substantial experience already in inviting, again, people, ordinary people, to engage in the legislative process. Or République Numérique in France, which is, again, another way of crowdsourcing the idea of checking some information and some especially quantitative information. At the level of online platforms, you have the example of Better Reykjavik. This is an online platform that allows people to make proposals, to engage in deliberation, to vote for proposals, to vote in consultations, and so on. Similar to that, we have the platform Decidim, originated in Barcelona, as well as in Madrid. It was they were basically working together in coordination, and they have now expanded and applied the same kind of technology, the basic technology, in many other cities in the world. Like in Helsinki, you have a Decidim online platform in Helsinki. And there are many other examples. Or VTaiwan, a super interesting example in which you can combine virtual reality with artificial intelligence and also an online platform to allow people to engage in deliberations and discussions about certain government's initiatives or ideas for government. Finally, just if you want to read more and learn more about this, you can go to this website, collective-intelligence.thegoplab.org, and you will find there these case studies that have been put together by the GovLab and Nesta. They are all fantastic examples. There are dozens of examples of collective intelligence in the area of government. And finally, of course, Kleros, as I have been saying during the talk, is a good example of how crowd law might work in the area of justice. Let me come to an end in this talk by making reference to the idea of collective intelligence, only very briefly. The idea of collective intelligence that lies behind the notion of crowd law, and also, as Federico explained at the beginning, this idea is key for the idea of decentralized justice. When we talk about collective intelligence, of course, what we are doing is extending the idea of human individual intelligence. And there is a huge, endless discussion about how to define individual intelligence. I'm not going into the details here, but the most common approach consists in saying that human intelligence gets defined by a set of different capacities, basically cognitive capacities, maybe not only cognitive capacities, but they are mostly cognitive capacities. Well, similarly, the idea of collective intelligence might be defined as a general cognitive and practical capacity, right, or set of capacities of certain groups of people to form or filter beliefs, preferences, and judgments, solve problems, make collective decisions, collaborate, and take collective action in a way that can count as group agents, that make them count as group agents with some form of, even if only metaphorically, common mind or collective mind. So the main question behind collective intelligence, and here is what I said before, here is crucial that we realize that, first of all, this literature is exploding at this moment, but we need to know much more. We're just at the beginning of really understanding how it works. The crucial question is, according to me, what are the exact conditions under which a group of people can make better decisions? This is what we don't really know yet. So we have some answers to this question, but we definitely need to make much more progress. So when we try to answer this question, there are certain things that we have already identified. I would summarize them, and I will not go into the details now, but I would summarize them as three different powers behind the idea of collective intelligence. You might see them as sources of collective intelligence. One is, this is perhaps the better known power of collective intelligence, the one that is everywhere, and you can read, there are many dozens of books and articles written about this, which is the power, some people call it the miracle of aggregation. When you aggregate different views and different judgments and preferences, you can actually, under some conditions, you can make better decisions. And there are all kinds of theorems and hypotheses of why this is so, and which try to identify under what conditions this is so. But as I said, we don't know enough, even if this is the power that we know better. There's a second power, the power of deliberation, that has not been developed so much, but it's also open and evident to many people that deliberation is a good way of making decisions. And we need to understand better why and under what conditions this is so. And finally, there's the power of collaboration and collective learning that is also clearly connected with the idea of producing better decisions. But again, we need to know much more. We need much more research. We need to experiment. And that's why this quest for experimentation, I think it's a fantastic introduction and a fantastic preliminary step to welcome initiatives like the Kleros initiative. And let me finish with this reflection. One of my heroes in this world is Douglas Engelbart. He's not very well known, actually, for many people, except for those who are in the tech world. Douglas Engelbart probably doesn't tell you much. Douglas Engelbart, probably the thing that made him more famous was that he invented the mouse, actually. Well, this is a very old-fashioned version of the mouse, but he invented the mouse. And mouses are actually disappearing right now because now we all have this dispatch and so on. But anyway, but he invented the mouse back at the beginning of computer science and computer technologies in the 50s and 60s. But besides this, which is just, the most relevant contribution in a way, but besides this, I think there's another contribution that makes, for me, it's much more relevant. He wrote this report called Augmenting Human Intellect in 1963. And for Douglas Engelbart, the entire idea of developing computer science was, for him, it was clearly associated with a very clear goal in mind: the possibility of helping human beings to think better and make better decisions. So what he called augmenting human intellect. He was both meaning individuals and collectives, groups. So basically for him, any development of technology and any work we do on technology had to have this clear purpose of helping us to make decisions. So in a way you might say, and I end with this, you might use this kind of motto, which is parallel to the famous no taxation without representation. In a way, you might say today with the new technologies like AI, that we have no AI or no other technologies without CI, without collective intelligence. So if you want to read more, these are 3 books that you could read, and I end up with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Jose Luis, for this presentation. I have to disagree in something. I don't think the mouse is going away, because maybe it's that I am a bit old-fashioned or old, basically, but I still have more trouble using, touch screens and touch pads, and the mouse for me it's hard to replace. But I do have a question. So based on all these trends you've been presenting about citizen participation and technology, how do you envision political systems in 20 years? And in particular, what will be the role of the nation state, which has been very important throughout, at least since the Westphalian peace, in a world that is driven by technology and where boundaries seem to be less and less important?
So I'm fully convinced that because of what I said at the beginning, because we are facing these global challenges, we need to develop some kind of global governance, or if you want, global government. Many people are very afraid of saying global government because they immediately think in having some kind of global tyrant. I think the challenge there is actually how to have global democracy, not global tyranny, of course. That would be awful. That would be the worst case scenario. But the thing is, for me, it's an obvious point to make that in 50 years, we will have a much more developed system of global governance, which I hope it will be democratic. In that system, in that context, there is still some role for nation states, as there is some role for cities, for instance. Many people speak about the emergence of cities and global cities as powerful actors of global governance, actually. So what we can see is basically a much more complex system in which different kinds of levels and actors interact with each other. We are in a way seeing already this, right? So we see cities signing agreements or treaties with nation states. That's not impossible, and it's actually a growing reality. So what I see is a much more complex political system that A, will be definitely global, B, will be probably compatible with some nation states, some kind of intermediate levels, and so in C, it will be definitely compatible with national identities and other kind of collective identities, because they will not evaporate. So in the global system that I envisage, people will still feel like Argentinians or Spaniards or Catalans or French or Barcelonians or New Yorkers, because these identities are important to human beings. So I'm not seeing these identities disappearing, but the idea of a nation state concentrating political sovereignty, I think this is already gone. I'm not talking about the future. I think today is gone. States are not sovereign anymore. Not even United States, the most powerful state in the world.
sorry, I mute. Yeah. Do we have any question from the audience? You can write it or just raise your hand. No. Okay, so Jose Luis, thank you very much for participating at the conference. Well, we will be discussing a lot in the future. Thank you for
Absolutely.
coming.
Thank you, Federico. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good. Well, let's move forward from this excellent talk about crowd law and the future of collective intelligence in governance, and let's get deep into how governing basically the new financial system that is being created as we speak. You know, all the rise of DeFi and crypto assets that can be traded across borders, which nation states will have a lot of trouble into controlling. So as I mentioned in my introductory speech, I said that decentralized justice has a very important use case in curation of crypto assets, which is a mechanism of, if you want, private compliance that can protect consumers in this new world of crypto assets. So I'm very happy to have here Will, with whom we explored this idea first in 2019, last year. We explore how can a curated list be used for crypto assets. So let me tell you a bit about Will. Will Harbour has an engineering degree from Cambridge University, and he enjoys working on visionary technology projects which can revolutionize business models as well as impact wider society. And he currently serves as CEO at Diversify. So Will, thank you very much for coming, and well, the stage is yours now. Is there, yeah. Do you have a presentation? Can you hear us, Will, first? That's the first question. Are you there? Hello? Are you there, Will? Okay, 1 second. Let's see what's going on. Okay, apparently he's not in the keyboard. So let's take a short break now, and then yeah, let's actually we're ahead of the schedule now. So yeah, let's take a short break, and then when Will is here, we can start with him. Okay. Hello again. Hi, Will. How are you?
Hey, great. Thanks, Federico. Good to see you.
Great to see you. So thank you for coming to the conference. As I mentioned in the previous my talk, Kleros curation as a very important use case in decentralized compliance for crypto assets in a world where more and more things are going to become tokenized in the future. So we've explored this in the past with the token curated registry and the governance process for listing tokens back then at Finex. So very happy for you to be here and share this experience. And let me just tell the audience a bit about you. So Will Harborn has an engineering degree from Cambridge University. He enjoys working on visionary technology projects which can revolutionize business models as well as impact wider society. And he currently serves as CEO at Diversify. So Will, thank you for coming, and the stage is yours.
Will, you're muted, so just unmute yourself, and that's it.
I'm on. Was I muted there?
Yeah.
Start again. You were muted.
Start again. Okay, cool. So I'm going to be speaking about Diversify and also how we think Kleros and some other solutions can help in the future to make DeFi compliant. And I think the topic of compliance in DeFi is one that can go two ways with how people take it, whether it's completely unnecessary or whether it's going to be something that for many reasons can be beneficial to the way that DeFi works and the number of products and use cases that it can have in the real world. So I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about well, from both of those two perspectives and how we're treating it at Diversify. So just a quick background for Diversify. It's a exchange that's live today. It uses a layer 2 scaling solution. So not every single trade that's placed and not every single transaction has to pay gas fees on Ethereum, but you still get the security guarantees that you'd get if you used a DEX like Uniswap in terms of always keeping custody of your own assets, holding them in your own wallet like MetaMask or Ledger. And so it launched in June and is really one of the first of its kind that allows very high-speed trading with the benefits of always being in control and not having to trust a centralized exchange with your funds. So kind of in terms of what the platform offers, you can trade 15 of the top digital assets, including PNK, already on Diversify with deep liquidity and connect with any wallet, most of the major DeFi wallets, to trade directly without having to sort of onboard or go through any sort of KYC process at the moment. It's got a very intuitive user interface, slick feel, and no gas fees, which is one of the nice things. So if you're trading a lot, large volumes, it's much cheaper than using a DEX, but much safer than using a centralized exchange. So going forward, really our vision for Diversify is for it to become the professional location for DeFi. And so taking some of the good things that exist about centralized exchanges, including a sophisticated high-speed trading experience with low fees, the ability to have a fiat on-ramp, advanced order types. So today on Diversify, you can already put, for example, hidden orders without sort of moving the market if you're a large trader, which doesn't exist on most decentralized exchanges, and very fast APIs on the order book, but also with the benefits of a decentralized exchange. So flexible custody, auditable security, in that our smart contracts are all on chain. And so it's possible to always be sure that your funds are secure. And then the kind of next piece of our vision, which is what we're sort of very focused on now going forward, and really is the kind of strategic priority for the growth of Diversify, is open permissionless ecosystem. And that's where some of these new solutions, and especially Kleros, comes in. So we need to have open listings. That's been one of the biggest and most important sort of innovations of DeFi, is that any token can be added to Uniswap, for example, without needing to beg a centralized exchange to let you list it. There's no downtime with resilient infrastructure that's run across things like IPFS, permissionless access to the exchange by anybody, no matter what your credentials are, whether you're wealthy or not, and no counterparty risk with whoever you're trading with. And so there are a few different ways that we can achieve those, but they're very important in terms of liquidity. And this isn't just sort of a nice to have set of decentralized features. This is genuinely like a business case for a successful exchange, because ultimately having and achieving all of those points will lead to higher liquidity and make it possible for an exchange like Diversify to really compete with some of the biggest exchanges today quickly. And so how that sort of factors in is with a community-based liquidity strategy. So today, if you want to trade on Diversify, the small number of markets, 15 different tokens that we have, are all very liquid. And we achieve that by actually aggregating liquidity from multiple other platforms, including centralized exchanges like Bitfinex. And that's great for bootstrapping. It means that if you come and trade from your ledger on Diversify, you're going to get a good price. But it doesn't really scale to a very large number of tokens. So if we wanted to add a new token tomorrow, there'd probably be not very much liquidity on those markets, and someone would be better off trading somewhere like Uniswap that has an AMM. And so we're solving it in three ways. The first is through having an extremely simple and easy to use market making solution. Think Uniswap liquidity provider, where you just deposit your funds and press market make essentially, and can start to earn a yield on your tokens if there's trading volume on those markets. So making it simple technologically is one solution, and that's something that Diversify will launch in the next few months. The second is having some incentives on certain markets so that there's actually an even stronger reason for people to deposit into those pools and start to market make on the platform. And Diversify has an order book as well as this future AMM solution, and so there'll be multiple ways that you can earn these rewards. But the third way will be decentralized listing. So it's one thing to have these on existing markets, but if we really want to attract new tokens, many of the new projects that are being created all the time, without having to sift through hundreds to figure out which ones are the most important ones and which ones the community really want, there needs to be an open way to add new markets onto Diversify with minimal input from our team in terms of vetting them and trying to figure out which ones are the most important. So really allowing anyone to come through and list their token as long as they meet a high quality. And how that's determined, I'll come on to in the next step. So that decentralized listings piece is really critical to sort of growing a really liquid exchange, figuring out how to find the best tokens. And so this is one way that a future decentralized listing process could work. So to start with, a beautiful new token is born, created anywhere in the world, and it's introduced to the Kleros TCR, where it can be submitted by someone to try and get a badge. And the badge that we would create would be the Diversify token listing requirements badge. And this could be a set of requirements that's determined by Diversify, and it can be as sort of simple or as complicated as we would like in terms of what needs to be done, either in terms of liquidity provision, minimal decentralization of the project, various other legal questions, jurisdictions, how token sale was done, anything else. And that would go through the normal sort of Kleros process where jurors could, or first of all, anyone could contest whether or not it meets the criteria for that badge. And ultimately, jurors would be able to sort of vote on whether it did or did not if it was challenged. And post a successful award of the badge, it could be added to a list of approved tokens. And that would then enable anybody to come along and create an AMM pool for this token on Diversify, seeding the market, and meaning that it was now listed on Diversify, both with an AMM and with an order book. So that's the sort of flow that we could imagine. And what that would mean is that the number of tokens that listed could be very large and wouldn't require much direct interaction with our team in terms of vetting, but purely be through this sort of very objective set of requirements that were set and are transparent at the start. And it has a lot of advantages to that. And afterwards, Nectar holders could, for example, vote, which is Nectar's the token of Diversify, could vote on whether additional incentives could be added to those markets. And so this model is sort of not sort of really just a theoretical one. So in a sort of past life, more than a year ago now, I was running Ethfinex, and as has been mentioned in some of the previous talks and at the start by Federico, that we essentially did a very similar process to this as a set of experiments over the course of nearly a year with Kleros back then to see how a decentralized listing process could work. So this basically was most of the pieces of the process were similar to outlined there. So we created an Ethfinex listing set of requirements and published this. It was around 7 or 8 points, which included, for example, how distributed the tokens were, the way that the kind of transparency and upstandingness of the team behind the issuance of the token, the jurisdiction that it was based in, and whether it was considered a security in Switzerland, and various other questions, which in theory could have been evaluated by anyone in the world if looking at the evidence that was available and submitted by the token that wanted to be listed. And what we saw was many different tokens applying to get this badge. And in order to do so, they had to put down a bounty of around 50 Ether, which was pretty significant and meant that there was some sort of real stake in play for both challengers and jurors in the case where they needed to evaluate whether these tokens met the criteria. And over the course of the months that this was running, we saw some tokens successfully register and get this badge, but we also saw many other tokens who were challenged and that lost these appeals, some that actually applied multiple times. And I'll just sort of go through a few of those to talk about what we kind of learned from that. So one of the most notorious ones, where you can see how much evidence at the bottom here was submitted over the course of this and its appeals, was Space Chain. And I think one of the really interesting things that we saw on this and a few other cases was not just that various pieces of evidence were found by community members, which probably I think wouldn't have been found necessarily in the cases of a centralized exchange vetting process, where they have limited resources and limited time to evaluate its token, and probably would therefore have relied on Space Chain to just submit documents that they wanted to be reviewed. But we saw here instead many challengers who saw the bounties that were available for finding evidence of non-compliance with the rules, actually going out and actively searching for evidence that may exist elsewhere. And so what we saw in several cases was uncovering of potential plagiarism on websites, and actually I won't mention any specific tokens here, but claims that maybe weren't true on or were very misleading in white papers or websites. Team members who even weren't necessarily actually associated with the project or may not have the credentials that they'd claimed. And all these kind of things came up during various discussions, and were then sort of, there was a series of responses from teams where they either justified things or in some cases actually even changed their websites to say, actually, we acknowledge that this was a mistake. This was translated from another language, and so we've corrected it to make it more true. And so this was a sort of real success in terms of the transparency that it brought to the listing process, and probably to improve the transparency of these projects long term on certain topics, but also in sort of really meaning that actually for an exchange it was easier to be compliant than it would have been relying only on a centralized exchange listing process and team, which would never really have had its sort of decision overturned or questioned by anyone. So here you can see also the kind of level of effort and work that went into some of the evidence that was presented. Obviously, the financial stake in play here was pretty significant, and so particularly in the case of appeals where tokens believed that they'd been incorrectly sort of judged or challenged to have not met the requirements, it was very interesting to see the kind of actual due diligence that had gone on. This case of Space Chain was that there were various different points that the original challenger had kind of come in to question things on. But one of them was that on the website they'd claimed 5.6 million lines of code on their GitHub, which was actually true, but it was a case that these lines of code weren't written by the team, but had been forked from other projects, and but that was potentially seen as misleading by the challenger. Now, there was no criteria from the Ethernex listing requirements to say that someone couldn't claim something that was slightly misleading on their website, but the challenger had basically painted this alongside a few other sort of facts, which each on their own was not considered necessary to be significant, into a pattern of evidence showing that the Space Chain team was purposely trying to mislead investors or purchasers of the token. And so this kind of led in the end to a very long series of discussion back and forth. And ultimately, I think this is a question which would have been difficult for any jury or any sort of centralized exchange to kind of evaluate whether or not Space Chain really deserved to be listed. But it was interesting to see how the community of jurors really sort of took this challenge. Ultimately, we saw many different cases decided. 100 different cases went through this process. Over $15,000 paid in fees to jurors for reviewing the evidence. And 50 different jurors ruled on these cases over the course of while it was running to determine whether tokens were compliant with the listing requirements. So going sort of forward, I think this is, and this is obviously now, this was really the first time that this curated registry was used by exchanges, but we've seen it now used in Uniswap in their token lists, and then also in other decentralized exchanges. And so really the evidence for these sorts of lists really working and helping to protect customers from seeing exchanges on tokens which may not be safe for them is really a good way that actually the community and exchanges can start to self-regulate instead of relying on slightly haphazard ways of listing tokens, which can potentially bring more risk to traders. One of the sort of nice ways that this can tie in also to Diversify is to potential liquidity mining. So actually Diversify is launching a liquidity mining program in the next few weeks, and that will initially be on all the current listed tokens. But going forward, as more and more tokens are added, there will have to be a process for deciding whether or not tokens should receive the benefit of these and whether that's of good value to the exchange. And I think it will be really important that if you are earning rewards for providing liquidity on markets, there's also a curated list for deciding that. So going on to kind of broader DeFi compliance, listings is obviously sort of one important topic that I think matters to a lot of people and a lot of projects. But another that's very important and which I think is growing, there's a kind of growing trend of evidence that will be required in some way or form in DeFi is around know your customer checks. And this is one of the things I think a lot of people hate on centralized exchanges and CeFi. But ultimately, one of the great things and and best things about using lots of DeFi protocols today is that they are permissionless. Anyone can access them. You can integrate freely. But there are sort of some problems to that. One is that actually some assets that may exist in future on blockchains may not just be native digital assets and cryptocurrencies, but they may be representing shares, commodities, derivatives, and other regulated products that in almost every country in the world does fall under some regulation. And there are ways that these can be enforced, sadly, not just on exchanges, but potentially also on individuals who act as liquidity providers, and the various other soft centralized points, just as although the internet, in its inception was considered decentralized and potentially unregulatable, ultimately that there were always pinch points in the real world where that could be enforced. And so on the one hand, there's a kind of push that may require some form of KYC in DeFi. And then on the other hand, actually there can be some advantages for DeFi to have KYC, particularly, for example, some protocols now, like Aave, have introduced unsecured loans, which rely on reputation. And there's definitely a benefit in certain types of financial protocols, even if decentralized, to having a Sybil resistant identity that you can prove to show who you are and that you are a unique individual and have met certain requirements. And so one solution that we're currently building at Diversify is a zero knowledge KYC system, which essentially allows anyone to prove to us and on chain that they've met certain requirements. And those could be, for example, just that they're over 18 and come from the EU. And those two requirements may, for example, allow you to trade a certain type of market. Let's say, for example, a prediction market, which would allow you to access good liquidity without necessarily having to do a whole new KYC process on the platform. We're partnered with a company called Ident3 on that. And it's a really exciting solution, which actually at the moment, we're just starting to build a bit of a coalition for before launching at the start of next year. We want there to be actually multiple different DeFi applications that support this same standard, because one of the big benefits of it is that if a user's completed it once and created this identity that they then own, they can prove not just to Diversify, but also to other protocols that they've met the same requirements and reuse it. So this is, I think, one really important nice step. And actually you can have your identity then linked to multiple lists to say, actually, I'm on the over 18 list, and so I can use any application that maybe has that as a requirement, typically lots of gambling applications, for example. And then I can also have the list that says I'm from a US compliant jurisdiction, i.e. I'm not from North Korea, Iran, or certain other places, and so on. And I think this is a really nice way, which is much more compatible with DeFi than just trying to slap onto every UI the kind of very clunky, typical KYC systems that we've seen elsewhere, even if ultimately there'll be some sort of frictions with that they will at least be minimal. And that's the end of my whistle-stop tour through Diversify and DeFi compliance. But yeah, very happy if we've got a few moments to answer any questions on anything there.
Thank you, Will, for this excellent presentation. Do you guys have any questions? I do have some questions, but I'm going to let you first ask if you have any. Okay, I will start myself, and then maybe if someone wants to ask a question, they can. So, as we discussed in the previous talk with Jose Luis, these markets are global. DeFi, who cares where people are? They can interact with protocols and without any problem caused by boundaries. So, how do you envision the regulation of this new industry in the coming years? Like, both coming from public actors or private actors? How do you think this is going to be regulated?
Yeah, I think there's, I mean, there's a lot of different components to it, but I think one of the ones that's coming the soonest and which is the hardest to, or has actually the least ambiguity, is around anti-money laundering. And of course, there's a lot of skepticism as to whether cryptocurrencies really are a valid way of money laundering compared to some of the much larger ways of doing it in the traditional financial system and globally. But it's something which actually, particularly lots of even crypto to crypto trading, is likely to start to fall under. And in Europe, there's new anti-money laundering directive, which basically means that any European-based crypto to crypto trading platforms should be doing a new standard of KYC from next year. And actually, it's likely that even if you're not taking custody of funds, that some platforms would start to fall under that. I think the enforcement really is going to end up being the hard question. And as you said, people who are using these things are global. It's actually in many cases impossible to stop people using them, and there'll always be something more decentralized, even if some protocols decide to include barriers that prevent people from certain places from using their products. And I think it's likely, as in the case of the internet, that the enforcement may come down to the entities that are operating and profiting from them, whether or not those end up being the sort of protocol creators, or whether it comes to be actually sometimes the users. And the weak point is always going to be the humans. But I think there's no obvious answer yet, and I think things have grown very quickly this summer, but we're still a little way off from getting the answers.
Good. Do you guys have any question for Will? So I don't see a question here. So thank you very much, Will, for participating at the conference. Looking forward to keep working together in the future. For those who stay at the conference, next we're going to take a short break now, and next talk will be at 5:20 UTC with Eyal Winter and the game theory. See you in a while. Hello again, guys. Let's continue with the conference. I'm extremely proud and happy to let you know that we're going to have a talk by Eyal Winter about game theory. Let me tell you a bit about this. So since the first implementations of game theory during the Cold War for military purposes, this concept was stress tested and has been empirically proven as a powerful way of managing human interactions. So as I mentioned in my previous talk, so there's lots of game theory in Kleros. So how does game theory relate to the way governance functions, and how can game theory enable us to make better collective decisions? And in particular, how can it help us build better justice systems? Eyal Winter is a professor of economics and former director of the Center for the Study of Rationality at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, one of the world leader institutions in the academic study of decision making. He served as chairman of the economics department at the Hebrew University and was the 2011 recipient of the Humboldt Prize awarded by the government of the Federal Republic of Germany. He has lectured in over 130 universities in 26 countries around the world, including Harvard University, Stanford University, Princeton, and the UCLA at Berkeley, and the University of Cambridge. And currently, Eyal is a professor at the University of Lancaster. So, Eyal Winter, I'm very happy to have you here. So the stage is yours to start.
Thank you, Federico. I'm delighted to be here. And if I'm not wrong, you asked me to speak more broadly than just game theory. You mentioned in your title to me also the word emotions, which indeed is one of the topics I'm working on. I'm doing research primarily in the area of game theory and behavioral economics. And these not are separate areas. These are two fields of economics which are very much connected, okay? In fact, behavioral economics emerged from game theory, okay? And I was asked by Federico to speak not only generally about game theory, but also more specifically in ways of how is it related to the big issue of decentralized justice, okay? So to start with, let me put this, to start with, game theory is a theory of strategic interaction. We often call it either the theory of interactive decision making or the theory of strategic interaction. And broadly speaking, is about situation in which more than one person is making a decision, okay? But that's not enough. It also requires that one person's decisions affect the other, okay? That when I take a decision, I have to take into account the incentives and the motives of other people, okay? Because eventually what I'm going to get in terms of the payoff or the punishment, okay, in terms of the outcome, in terms of the value for me, is not going only to depend on what I'm doing, but also to depend, sometimes even more so, to depend on what other people are doing. Okay, so that's the part of the interaction between the two. Very often, we also talk about the theory of incentives, game theory being the theory of incentive, because one of the fields that emerged from game theory is the field of mechanism design. Mechanism design, in fact, it's the engineering of game theory. If we think about building a bridge, so in building a bridge, you have to know physics, okay? But physics by itself is not being applied to building bridge. There are engineers that know physics, but they know more specific aspect of building bridge, okay? So this relationship between physics and engineering is similar to the relationship between game theory and mechanism design, okay? Part of mechanism design, I don't know how many of you followed the recent Nobel Prize in Economics, the one that was decided just a couple of weeks ago, to Bob Wilson and Paul Milgrom. These are two mechanism designers, okay, who worked specifically in a mechanism design area which is called auction theory, okay? So they designed auctions mainly for governments, or their theory was used in an engineering way to design basically all the recent spectrum auction that took place around the world in the last 20 years. I know them very well, and I advised government and corporations based on the mechanism that they designed. This is a very mathematical field. Also, game theory itself is very mathematical, but more and more it becomes an applied area. And that's where my interests are, and some of my colleagues who are doing work in mechanism design. Okay. Now let me jump to decentralized justice. Okay, decentralized justice is exactly an environment and a game theoretic environment. It involves multiple agents that are operating together. Okay, and each person action is affecting the utility of anyone else, right? Once we let's think about. Let's think about, well, the most important tool for decentralized justice is to have jurors vote. Voting is the way that eventually decision is being made through decentralized justice system to determine which of the disputers is to some extent winning, or alternatively to come up with an ideas of how to resolve conflict among disputers, okay? Every voting situation is a game, okay? Every voting situation is a game. Why? Because when you vote, the outcome of the voting, which then being translated to your own utility, to what you gain or lose, depends not only on what you vote, it depends also on what other people are voting, okay? So voting is intrinsically an environment, a game theoretic environment, okay? In decentralized justice systems, there are other aspects that make this environment a game theoretic environment. First of all, the voting itself, okay? I have to take into account whether my vote will be pivotal or not, what should I vote, and how would it affect, given what I believe other people are voting, how would it affect the eventual outcome? So we talk about voting. There might be deliberation, which is an exchange of information between jurors. What part of my private knowledge or my private evidence should I reveal to co-juror? Maybe I want to hide something, okay? And this I have to take into when deciding about such issue. I have to also take into account the consequences of the information that I reveal to the eventual vote of my co-voters, and therefore to the outcome that will prevail through the voting. Okay, so it's very interactive. It's very much about decision. It's very much about incentives. Okay. Focal point. I've seen some of the research paper that that you generate are emphasizing focal point. Focal point is a situation in which I say, what other might think the right decision is, and I try to converge to some sort of common wisdom, okay, collective wisdom. Focal point is is a game theoretic concept. It's a concept that I don't like very much in the context of decentralized justice, because in decentralized justice, our mission is to drive voters away from focal points. Focal points is when people are too much influenced by other people's decision. And what we want to achieve are individual decision making, namely that a situation in which people honestly, sincerely vote on what they believe the right outcome should be. Okay, whose side has the truth? Okay, okay. Regarding incentive, there is another issue which brings us into game theory, and this is how should juror be incentivized to exert effort seeking truth. Okay, they receive evidence. They can do one of two things. They can either look at it carefully, maybe look at other sources to verify whether this or that fact is correct or not. All this requires effort. That's one option. The other option is just to vote randomly on one of the two outcomes and wish for good. Okay, we don't want the second thing to happen. Okay, so in way of avoiding the second thing from happening, we have to design incentive for people to exert effort. Okay, and treat seriously the evidence that are brought in front of them. And this is a major issue. I mean, this is much of the effort that at the theoretical level, at the mechanism level, I would say, to design incentive in an appropriate way. You know, Joe, just one example of designing such incentives, which goes back to the idea of focal point, which is bad, but it's one step to answer this question, is, for instance, decide that payments for the service are occurring only if all voters made the same decision. Okay, if this is the case, and the prizes or the rewards are substantial, then I clearly have an incentive to study the matter, right? If I randomly vote for something, the chances that I will be coinciding, my vote will coincide with the rest of the voters is very slim, right? But if I read the matter and I think carefully about what should be done, and I believe that other people do the same, then I realize that there is a good chance that I'll get the reward because we will converge to the same decision. The downside, of course, and I will talk about it later, is that if we rely on such mechanism that give payments only when all the voters coincide with the vote, we create incentives for people not really to act according to the evidence and their own intuition, okay, or subjective values, but rather to try and figure out what would be the conventional decision, okay? What might other people decide, okay? And if they do so, they will realize that we often not very optimal in a way we make decisions in such cases. I'll talk about it later, but we, for instance, use stereotyping, we use prejudice, we use all sorts of things that divert us from the real truth, and people may converge to these stereotypes, not because they themselves have the stereotype, but because they believe other people have the stereotype, okay? And they want to get the money. But if we tell them you get the money only when you vote in a consensus, okay, they would try to use stereotyping and other biases, okay, in order to increase the probability that they will get something out of it, okay. Now, there are issues about how to design it, which are not only concern truth telling. There's also an issue about whether you should design these incentives only at the individual level, okay, or also at the collective level. There is a lot of literature concerning this. In the literature of personnel economics and behavioral economics that show that building incentives collectively, okay, namely rewarding the group itself, okay, as a group, and not necessarily each individual, or in addition to rewarding individuals, can be extremely effective to get people do what you want them to do, okay, and especially in way of exerting effort. So this is an issue as well. How would a track record be collected on jurors, and how can these be used to boost incentives in a dynamic framework? If we're using the same juror over and over again to deal with different cases, we want to be able to track some information about how well he did previously, okay? Remember, we don't know whether eventually, even ex post, even after things have ended, we don't know what was the right decision, okay? But we might be able to know through the pattern of votings that we register over many periods. We might be able to know if we do some testing, some basic testing to check whether the person has read the evidence, has interacted a little bit with the data. But the question is, how do this is again a very game theoretic question, how do we optimally do it in order to maximize the incentives of a person to exert effort, not just on one case, but continuously when he comes back or she comes back repeatedly, to have them at a high level of effort and to make sure that they are taking this mission seriously, okay? Now, game theory is major assumption is that people are super rational. They can compute probabilities in a very unbounded complexity, okay? They are immune from emotions. Emotions don't kick in, okay? They are immune from biases, cognitive biases and emotional biases and social biases, okay? To some extent, they only concern only about their reward, okay? And one of the fields that emerged from game theories is the field that tries to make these assumptions more reasonable, okay, and more realistic. And this is behavioral economic, which basically moves away from the super rational model of what we call Homo economicus, okay, to a more realistic framework of I would call it Homo psychonomicus. Homo psychonomicus means that people don't just try to maximize their own payoff, but they are also psychological creatures. They are influenced by psychology. If they know it or not, it doesn't matter. Psychology influences them. Emotions influences them. Social effects, okay? Society influences them. So there are more things that influence them apart from the material income that they eventually earn through whatever system that they participate in, okay? And primarily talk about two types of barriers to rationality. One is cognitive and the other is emotional. And I'll say a few words about how these interact, how these biases interact with a system of decentralized justice, and why these biases should be taken into account. Okay, when we talk about cognitive barriers or cognitive biases, we talk, for instance, about people's difficulty to process evidence or information correctly. Okay, this may be coming from limited attention. Okay, or other things that bother our mind in the same time when we are facing a task of reading a material. But there is more in it than that. Okay. One other cognitive barrier is as what I mentioned before, is stereotyping and generalizing. Okay. Stereotyping and generalizing is just the way our brain deals with complex information. Okay, it's much easier for the brain to process information by means of categories. Okay, to categorize individual, to categorize situation, to categorize consequences. To categorize risk, okay? To categorize level of payments, okay? And when it gets to, and this is the same idea with generalization, okay? Generalization is simply a trend or a bias that tell us, I can't see the world in an accurate resolution, okay? I need to reduce the level of resolution in understanding the world, to be able to understand the world. And by reducing resolution is basically, we generalize basically, okay? And this could be damaging to a quality decision by jurors, especially when they come together, okay? So generalization would be, for instance, disputer says he voted for Trump, hence he must be stupid, okay? Again, this is a cognitive, we'll talk a little bit about emotional barriers, emotional biases that are to some extent connected to this issue as well. We have awful intuitions on probability, okay? We misinterpret likelihood drastically, okay? And when I say we, I really mean we. I mean we in even in the sense of scientists who work in probability theory. Okay, if you ask statisticians, they can handle probabilistic intuition slightly better, but still not very well. Okay, now what that might lead to is a complete misinterpretation of evidence. Okay, let me give you an example. This is one example. My colleague asked judges to see how their probabilistic intuition is facing. So she said, here is a case. There is a car that the car who has 4 wheels and is driving whenever the wheels is, one wheel is turning, the other 3 wheels is turning in the same speed, okay? And the person is driving the car and parks in a place that can allow him to park only 2 hours. And there's a policeman that comes through and says, give him a ticket. And then the person claims that he wasn't parking there more than 2 hours. In fact, he was parking 1 hour and then left the space for another 3 hours and came back after 3 hours for another half an hour. And the policeman says, Well, you know what? I looked at there is a pin in each will. I looked at the location of the pin before when he just parked, and looked at the location of the will, whether I divided it to the will to 4 regions, and I wrote down in each will where was the location of the pin, and I found out that in both 4 wills the location was south. Okay, so I realized that it can't be the case that he was driving out and then came back. Okay, because the chance is very, very small. Okay, the chance, if you do it correctly, is just 1/4. It's not very, very small. Okay, so this is misinterpreting evidence. You get an evidence, you give it an probabilistic consequence, and you ask yourself, is it likely or not? And you come up with a wrong answer. Okay, so this is something which is detrimental to jurors' decisions. Okay, emotional barriers. And we talk about emotional barriers. In the context of decentralized justice, we are basically talking. I think this is the major issue. This is really the major issue, the major a barrier to quality decision making by decentralized justice system. It's a people tendency to rule on issues, on small disputes, by letting the sentiments getting involved, and letting the sentiments getting involved is precisely. Sentiments arise through emotion. So it's really the basic cause is emotional. It could be, for instance, by identifying oneself with a disputer who is from his own social or ethnic group. Okay, it's very, very hard to rule this out. Okay, for people to say, is one of us, but I'm going to be sincere. Okay, I'm going to discount it. Okay, it's very hard to do, and one has to think about how you incentivize against this. Again, not by means of money, but by means of using the very same thing that caused somebody to have wrong bias, like preferential treatment for one's own social group, to use similar emotional nudges that divert the juror from doing this. Okay, this is a very important issue. Regret is something that we always mention in the context of decision making, and we know that people suffer regret when they make decision, but the most detrimental thing in regarding regret is not regret itself, but it's the fear of regret. Okay, before people make decision, they fear that they will regret it. Okay, the most obvious example for these are what we call the status quo bias. Okay, or the sunk cost bias. You started a project in your working place, you had a lot of expectation, and gradually you notice that there's no chance for this to succeed. I mean, you don't get the right cooperation with other people. There are things that happen that you didn't expect to happen. Now you have 2 options, okay? You can close it down, okay, and say, I made a mistake, or alternatively, hang on, okay, and continue and continue and continue. Maybe something will happen next week that will save the case, okay? Most people would choose the second option, okay, even when realizing the difficulties, because they would fear this emotion of regret that will arise immediately when they decide to opt out from this project, right? They say to themselves, you know, if I opt out, I will pay for regret immediately and uncertainty. If I hang on, maybe, you know, first of all, defer regret to the future. It's always better to defer things that are bad for you to the future rather than experiencing them immediately. And maybe I won't be experiencing it at all because something magical will happen, okay? In the context of voting in decentralized justice system, this would mean that people would be very much concerned about how they would feel regarding the vote at the end, ex post, after the voted and the outcome has been realized, okay? So the tendency would be to vote for the option that might minimize future regret, okay? So the inclination would be to maybe to vote for the outcome that is least damaging for one of the parties, one of the disputers, okay? Okay, so use some sort of, we call it a min-max approach, where you minimize risk to a certain extent, and you minimize extreme events, okay? Or minimize drastic events, and you go for something within between. This is not necessarily a good thing, right? Okay, self-image. Self-image, again, is something that we are all exposed to, and we, in the context of voting, it would mean that I would ask myself, what should not what the evidence tell me, but what should a serious guy do in a case like this? Okay, what would be? It's quite related to regret. It would say, how would I look to myself in the mirror? How would I be able to look to myself in the mirror when I voted in favor of the company who disputed a customer that said that he didn't obtain the product that they sent him? Okay, how would I be able to look at my face in the mirror? Okay, so what you do is not looking at the evidence and ask who do I think is right? Okay, but I'm saying, you know, I'll have a problem with self-image if I do so, and hence I don't care about what the evidence is. I'm not gonna vote for a company in a dispute it has against a customer, just not me. Okay, so these are the problems that need to be taken care of. These problems should be taken care of by people who are professional, people who work in these areas, people who publish in these areas. These are too complex matters to be dealt without these people. I'm interacting these days with internet authorities like the FCC and Ofcom in Britain on concerns about the way the internet is operating, Facebook is operating, and Google. They have, you know, when they work and they're thinking about the policy, okay, or when they connect with a firm that might give them some sort of a solution to problems that they're seeking, they always look at the academic credential of those collaborators. They without this, they don't have a chance. And I hope if this project is going to pick up, there are lots of people who do serious work, and I'm sure in France, in Argentina, I know some excellent people, of course, in the US and other places in Europe. And you should choose somebody who you can work with, who is interested, and this would make your project fly up. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Eyal. This was amazing. Very big fan of your work. I'm sure you have some questions. One question we have from William, who is our director of research. So William, you can go ahead with your question.
Hi. So you had your comments about how you don't really like the fundamental idea of focal points because it leads to stereotyping, and I hear those. So one thing that we were trying to balance that with when we like sort of develop the mechanisms with Kleros is that we're worried that if we sort of give extra weight to minorities. So if you do something like sort of Bayesian truth theorem, where you like try to pick out like look at some voting pattern to get a enlightened minority, we have a risk of sort of minority attacks because Ethereum is kind of a dark forest. They're always very aggressive attackers. And we're worried that if we try to like pick out, oh, this 30% of people, they seem like really enlightened, that 30% might actually be an attacker. Whereas like some other alternative approach, rather than just trying to give extra weight to minorities, might be to do something more deliberative, where we try to like dispel stereotyping through have like the jurors conversing with each other or something. And I'm curious if you have more thoughts on these sort of like goals of trying to
extra weight to minorities is a good idea. Mm-hmm. What need to be done, and there are some research papers on this, research paper about it's basically the research papers about multiple experts, okay? There is a literature in game theory that deals with multiple experts. So suppose that you are like a government, okay, that need to reach some policy decision, and you consult with several experts in the field, and you realize that each expert might be biased, okay, in one way or another, okay, and yet you want to make sense of what all these experts are saying. One mechanism that one type of mechanism I would suggest that seem very useful is when you ask these experts not only what they think the policy is, but what they think their peers, the other experts, might say. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you ask people two questions. What is your suggestion, and what do you believe the distribution or something like that, or you ask for the majority or the mode or whatever. What would you think the distribution of other people answer might be? And then with this combined data, you can generate a lot of important insights about biases of individuals, okay, and also about whether they read the evidence or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like a really simple, like we've thought of a little bit about things in that direction, and like a sort of naive application with, that is this sort of like famous thought experiment about the state capitals, where you ask people what the state capital of like, what like a given US state is, and then also like what they think other people will think it is. And the people who like know the uncommon state capitals are the ones who say, I know that this capital of, I don't want to embarrass myself with the wrong state capital, but like of such and such state is X, but everybody else thinks it's going to be Y. So then you say, oh yeah, that's probably X because this person looks like an expert. But we're worried that like attackers will say, okay, I know that Alice is right, that like, this person is right, but I think everybody else is going to think Bob is right because they're stereotyping. But then that person could just be like an attacker that just wants to like rig the result for Alice. So I'm like, it's interesting if like we could sort of temper this kind of model and make it maybe a little more sophisticated in a way that will like try to pick out some of this like expert like, you know, kind of reasoning, but that it still won't be attackable unless you have like 40% of the votes or something, some high threshold that might not yet be 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So how do this decentralized justice approach based on mechanism design interact, or is complementary or competitive with a different approach of dispute resolution that could be based on AI and machine learning models?
Machine learning models is, first of all, machine learning models are not, they don't have, there are many differences. First of all, they don't have this engineering aspect in terms of designing, basically designing social mechanism, okay? They are based on large data, okay, and sometimes too large for you to be able to make use of them, because if you wanted to use machine learning in the context of decentralized justice, you would have to no, because each case is a separate case. You would have to have 1,000 cases before you start, and each time you change 1,000 cases, and each time you change the mechanism of payment depending on some machine learning rule, okay, that optimizes, okay, you'll have to have at least 1,000 cases before you are you're clear whether it's good or not, okay. Machine learning is using suggestions, I would say, without any basis, right? Just because comparing, you know, they do, basically they, at least at the first stage, they do random changes in the, it's like evolution. They introduce a mutation and see whether this mutation improved the situation or not, okay? And the mutation is random, okay? Mechanism design instead is not trying to pick something in the dark, okay? Mechanism design is saying, let's look at the incentives of individual. Let's see what would happen to that individual if this individual would have done that, and let's see what might cause an individual to lie, okay? And let's see how we override this incentive to lie by compensating him in one way or another, okay? So it's all based on arguments, okay? And therefore, in this environment, right? I think in general, environments that rely on human behavior, okay, or social behavior, machine learning is not good. Okay, machine learning might be good. Maybe human behavior that that involve reflexes. Okay, for instance, automated cars use heavily machine learning techniques, but it's fine because it's about our reflexes, the way we are. It's about our reflexes, but it's also about all sorts of physical aspect that happens on the road. It's not about complex decisions of human being. Okay, machine learning is not. I don't see it helping much in way of designing social mechanisms.
Good. That's a bit comforting, I have to say. So, thank you very much, Eyal, for your participation. I'm very happy that you could make it to the talk. We will be in touch very soon. And let's move on with the conference. We will have a small bye-bye. Thank you. Small change in the schedule. Stuart, who was going to speak after the lunch break, is going to do his talk now. So let me introduce him. 1 second, I have to see what this is. Okay. So as I mentioned before, a fundamental aspect in decentralized justice is that it's a community-driven process. It's about collective intelligence. Communities have different ways to interact and to create and to look for evidence and to make adjudication. So let's see how this actually has been working in Kleros by examining a few cases of cases that were resolved on the platform. So let me tell you a bit about Stuart. He first discovered Bitcoin when it was at $5 and had the sense to buy in when it was under 40, which felt expensive at the time. Hopefully you didn't sell any of those, I have to say. He has mined Litecoin, Ethereum, and Dash when it was still dark coin. And he, of course, he's an artist as well. He's a winner of the BAFTA winning BAFTA prize in his native Scotland, and he's operations director at Kleros after joining initially as a community manager in early 2018. So Stuart, go ahead and tell us a bit about how communities deliver justice.
Thanks very much. Yeah, well, to start with, let me just sort out my screen here. Just a second till I share this. Yeah, it's been a pretty high quality discussion so far, and all the speakers have been great. So now it's my turn to bring it down a little bit to something a little bit more lighthearted and lowbrow, as we may say. Let me just get a screen shared. There we are. Oh, no, that didn't work at all. Sorry, just a second. Don't know what's going on here. Seems my browser has disappeared. Just a second, guys. Sorry. Okay. Let me try again. Let's try that. Present. Can you see that? Does it work?
Works flawlessly.
Perfect.
Right. So, memes, FUD, and polemics. In my opinion, and maybe other people's, this is the cornerstone of a healthy community in crypto. It may also be the cornerstone of other healthy communities. And we're going to have a quick look. It's going to be a short talk, lighthearted. It's more of a way to shout out some of our community members and some of the amazing things they've made for us. So let's start off with memes. So memes, believe it or not, the term was coined by Richard Dawkins many moons ago in his 1976 book. He referred to it as meme, a Greek word derived from imitated. It's now basically just known as a meme because it follows on from gene to meme. What's interesting about these, I'll just read a short passage about memes. They're not new things, I don't think. You could probably argue that in ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, something like a meme already existed. It was mostly painted on a wall and it wasn't as easy to disseminate like they are now. But basically, a meme is an idea, a behavior, a style that becomes a fad and spreads by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning representing a particular phenomenon or theme. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices that can be transmitted from one mind to another through writing, speech, gestures, rituals, or other imitable phenomena with a mimicked theme. So one other interesting thing about memes and themes, supporters of the concept of memes regard memes as cultural analogues to genes in that they self-replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures. This is quite interesting because, as we'll see in the next slide, probably one of the most famous memes on the internet is Pepe. It started off in 2005, I believe. A guy called Matt Fury, I think it was. He was a cartoonist. He made this meme. it started off as a sort of, I don't know, a very innocent, happy, feels good man, Pepe, and now it's evolved over the last let's say 15 years or so into something completely different, and it permeates the whole internet. It permeates all of internet culture, that's for sure. Everyone has seen a Pepe. I think probably most of you have one in your memes folder somewhere. I certainly have a few. But yeah, it's very interesting how they permeate culture. And right now, you could ask yourself, just like if a tree falls in the forest and you aren't there, doesn't make a sound. If a crypto project doesn't have a meme, doesn't have any meme community, does it really exist? So here are some of our own. I really just use these slides to put up some of our Kleros memes because I love them. We have I believe the Socrates in the top left, the Greek theme. We have a sort of cyberpunk dystopian theme on the right, and we have a Yoda Pepe, again, something that is a permeation and an evolution of the meme. Now, why are these so important? Let me just get to my notes. So basically, even Matt Fury, the guy who created Pepe, mentioned in 2016 how he's just a spectator now to how things have evolved on the internet with his meme. What's really interesting is that in 2016, as we know, Trump won the election, and there's quite a lot of literature out there to back up, it's not fully scientific, but to back up the fact that this election was won because of memes. It was the first mimetic war in political sense that I'm aware of anyway. And although, you know, politics, I'm not getting into politics at all, it's just more to show and showcase just how powerful these things are. They basically are everywhere in life. You almost can't have a conversation anymore without posting a meme somewhere. Here's another one of my favorites. The sort of sad frog Pepe with one of the Spartans, of course, in Greece. Slightly more highbrow meme from our community. I don't know the original of this painting, but it has been somewhat subverted to be Kleros. And one of my favorites, which is one of our community members, Sinecure. It's called Kleros at School of Athens. Beautiful meme. Again, it's a remix, which every meme is, of course, of I believe probably a Renaissance painting. I don't know the painting. William may know that. It's one of the greats, I'm sure, with Clement and Fede redrawn, recartooned onto this. Absolutely beautiful meme. One of our community members made this. It actually came through our Curate app. This is a good time to plug that. I will plug our apps now and again. So curate.kleros.io, this is a way to create your own token created registries. I'm not going to go into it because Matt, one of our colleagues, will do a talk on that. But this came through an incentivized storytelling curate list. And we got great quality, such as this meme, you know, really awesome stuff. We got other things as well. First up, before we go into other things, I want to also talk about FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Now, this is another part of the mimetic war. If you don't have FUD, then again, how healthy is your community? This is Jamie Dimon here of JP Morgan, who may be the world's best FUDder in crypto. The man is worth a reported $1.5 billion. And I'm pretty sure he holds some Bitcoin, but he'll never tell you that. Also, mimetic warfare. This is actually a report. And believe it or not, it was made by NATO. So they are taking into account how important memes are to not just shaping opinion, which is a big part of why I'm talking about this as well, because memes shape opinion. Good memes shape opinion better than bad memes. So this is actually interestingly timed, spring 2017. This was published. It was probably written just before that, but that interestingly would be just after Trump had won the 2016 election and done so on the back of a very powerful meme force. So what does this mean to Kleros? Well, Kleros in some way, this is another part of the FUD, sorry, this is a community meme defense force. This is a video of, it's a very good video. I suggest you watch it. Somebody made it during the Omen trial, I believe, which I'll get onto. Again, we have loads of these videos where your community are making anti-FUD videos against the FUD. So it's a sign of a really healthy community that you have people making these unincentivized. If they're making them incentivized, great, but unincentivized is pretty healthy. So we've got these videos, we've got a bunch of them. This one, as you can see, the title there is PNK Jurors Assemble, Destroying the FUD. Really funny. It came from a film. I don't know what film it is. Somebody has taken the time to After Effects some Kleros based paraphernalia in there. And yeah, so also coming through Curate, I wanted to also give a shout out to Mark Zeller, who made the first, as I believe, probably the first major sort of community-based platform on Kleros, built on Kleros. It's Kleros Scan, allows users to see what cases are which cases are open, which are closed, who's voting which way. Also, of course, how much has passed through the platform, how much has been paid to jurors and such like. The second iteration of that, which was done by another community member called Koki, a really amazing sort of upgrade, I suppose, Klerosboard.com, which is slightly more graphical. And it has more information. Again, you can see all the stakes of the jurors. You can see all the courts here. You can see how many people are staked where. So this is a slightly off the mark of memes, but it's more of a shout out again, just our community who are making really cool stuff on top of Kleros. Next up, dojis on trial. So Freddy already mentioned this. I'm not going to go into it too deeply. I have the same slides, believe it or not, made by our amazing designer, Plinio. So the premises of this we have discussed. Freddy mentioned it, very much like our other token curated list case. You put a deposit, you can put up an image. If that image is accepted, then you would eventually be rewarded for it. And if it wasn't, it'd be rejected. The other part being, if you get a cat onto the list, then you could win 50 ETH. So basically, I wanted to mention dojis on trial because Kleros is essentially forged in a meme. So the first thing we did, our first proof of concept, which was trialing the court, and we built obviously the dApp to do that, was all about memes. And again, it sort of underpins just how important these are to the crypto community. They may be more important to crypto than any other community. I don't know. I spend all my time in crypto and such like. So for me, like, you know, these are extremely important, extremely powerful, and it seems I'm not the only one. So anyway, I'm not going to go into dojis in trial, blah, blah, blah. We had some really cool, at some point actually, which was interesting, we had run out, as far as I'm aware, we had run out of Doge memes. At some point, we had over 1,000, I think, on here. Users actually had to start making their own content. So to begin with, it was easy just to find a Doge that hadn't been listed there, list it, blah, blah, blah. After a few weeks, or maybe it was actually probably about a month or two, we ran out. We almost ran out of Doge memes on the internet. One of the world's most famous dogs, let alone memes. And we had to, users had to start making OC, original content, because we just run out of them. So very successful pilot, a proof of concept even. And that was basically made from memes. These are some of the rejected ones. Again, Freddy discussed this. He talked about the bribes. I'm not going to go into it too much. So yeah, over 1,035 images submitted, which in turn gives 135 cases. So yeah, over 1,000 memes posted onto our first proof of concept dApp. That's a lot of memes. So the cat in the snow, the first trial, again, Freddy mentioned this in his opening talk. I'm not going to take too much time on it. This is the first part of the polemics. This wasn't really polemic at all. However, a user got this image, which is a cat, but it looks like a Doge, onto the list. You would assume it was that, but of course it was a cat. And he got in touch with us and he wanted to get his 50 ETH. So we had a trial on the escrow app. We deposited 50 ETH and eventually Kleros team won. Kleros, Freddy did mention at the start to go on the Telegram, but there you go. We did win. It was a close one. Of course, it was a very gray area case. It was the first, all of our polemic cases have been reasonably gray area. This one, did it clearly show a cat? Not really. So in the end, jurors voted 2-1 that actually we shouldn't pay the 50 ETH. And I assume the original poster was slightly disgruntled, but such is the ways of decentralized justice. Again, I'm just going to plug a scroll, scroll.kleros.io. We used that to set up the 50 ETH payment for this case. Again, if you want to use it, get in touch with us. Also, we are building a widget on this scroll. I won't go into this too deeply because it's not part of this talk. Just thought I would plug it. But if you want this integrated to your platform or know anyone that does, get in touch with us. We can do that, no problem. Next case I want to talk about is Bearchain. Again, Freddy mentioned it, so I won't go into it too deeply. However, it's pretty interesting, this one. Again, it was a guy called Scott Bingley. He was a fake CTO. He had stated that he was at Oxford University. He'd started blockchain groups and research laboratories in Oxford. What was really interesting about this is one of our jurors actually got in touch with Oxford found out it was a lie. And eventually this token did not make it onto our listing. This was part of the ETH Phoenix decentralized listing that Will discussed earlier. So the depth that our users have gone to in this case is quite high. Whether that would happen in whether a, let's say, traditional legacy vetting platform or even due diligence in lawyers would go to this level, I don't know. People in crypto are very skeptical. We've been since I've been here in 2012. I've been scammed. I think everyone has been scammed in some way. My main scam was Butterfly Labs, which is a good one from in the early days of Bitcoin mining. I didn't ever get those miners. Anyway, the point being, since those days, very early days, I am extremely skeptical of everything, as you should be in crypto. So whether this sort of information would get it past a legacy due diligence, which may not be exposed to the same level of scam that your average crypto user is, I don't know. But it's certainly a little check mark on the decentralized due diligence side. So anyway, again, suspicious changes in the white paper on this case, fake social media profiles, and lying about being in Oxford. So that was rejected. Lo and behold, turns out Bearchain was actually a Ponzi. So as you can see, this is actually published a little bit later on in a Chinese, I actually can't remember. I should have left the source, but I didn't. The source of this, I can find it. News article about this. I don't have any reason to disbelieve it, to be honest. So as it turns out, just use Kleros. It was right. And of course, there's a meme for that. The just use Kleros meme has this is I guess an Einstein Pepe, which came from Vitalik actually mentioning in one of his talks to just use Kleros. I was going to post that image of Vitalik talking about it, but I preferred the Pepe. So another case is Grid Plus case. Now this one it was reasonably polemic, and it's a very gray area. And this one, I have to say personally, from personal point of view, I think the ruling was correct, but it was a troublesome one. In the end of the day, this was a very legitimate project. They were part of consensus. There was no reason to believe they were a scam. No one ever thought they were. So the reason they didn't make it on is because they had a third-party audit, or they didn't have a third-party audit, as the case would be. You needed to have some sort of third-party audit to say that your contracts had been audited by a reputable third-party platform or company. And as it turns out, they were actually audited by Consensus themselves. Now, the thing is, there's probably no problem with that. I don't think any of these contracts were problematic or full of malicious holes or anything like that. But as the policy stated, they had to be audited by a third party. They weren't, and Grid Plus did not make it onto the list, the token curated list. Again, this was for ETH Phoenix, which Will was speaking about earlier. So they didn't make it, and actually this case was very high value. I can't remember the exact dollar value right now, but I have a figure in my head of $80,000 is what this whole case came to. It was appealed, I think, at least twice. The original deposit was pretty high to make the actual deposit to list on the token curated registry, and then to appeal it was even higher, and I believe it was done twice. So I did actually meet one of the Grid Plus representatives in Japan at DevCon, and they were still pretty sore about it after a year. So this case, although it's not maybe the most famous case ever, it had a pretty big effect because it was behind a big company. It's this Consensus. It's not Bearchain. It's not some Chinese Ponzi. It's actually a solid, reputable, massive company that have made this product, and it's not made it onto this list. And they were very angry about it. So that was one of our cases that caused quite a lot of polemics, maybe not publicly, but certainly privately. It was also one of our largest cases. It was worth a lot of money in the end. From this, we also spawned another community-based entity. This was Heliast, which was the first, we believe, I can be corrected, of course, I'm not sure, the first decentralized law firm. And Heliast, they were the people who made up this evidence, as you can see in this slide. Really high quality. It was essentially done in the same style as you would have any evidence in a very formal law case in a legacy system, really highly put together. And I assume that probably had an influence on the case, not to mention the fact that it shouldn't have been accepted by the letter of the law. So again, our community coming up with some really powerful stuff, the decentralized law firm. They're still out there. Bigger cases in the future, they can be used, I'm sure. So this brings me on to case 302. Again, it's been mentioned before. This was on Omen. It was a coronavirus question. Will there be at least 1,000 reported corona death in the US in the first 14 days of July? July seems like an eternity ago in our current paradigm. And as it turns out, there was a lot of FUD and memes in this case. The biggest one ever. I don't want to go and say it was the biggest case on Ethereum because that would probably do a disservice to Augur, and I believe they had at least as big, if not bigger. So I don't think it's that, but it certainly was one of the biggest cases and one of the most important cases in decentralized justice or dispute resolution on Ethereum in any sense. In the end, 500 euros would have been drawn. There weren't 500 euros staked at the time, and some people, of course, were chosen more than once, but there was hundreds of jurors drawn for this one, pretty much everyone, and it came down to yes. Yes, it was, and this was a very polemic case. It spawned, this is on real issue. It was, again, a very huge bond at the time. It was worth a lot of money, and every juror was obviously paid part of that bond for taking part. This spawned crazy amounts of comments, crazy amounts of FUD, and we even had Tyrone, which I don't know who put this together, but whoever they were, genius. Somebody had paid this chap Tyrone, who I believe is an actor, something like that. You can get in touch with them. You can get them to do certain things for a fee. So there's a video out there, case 302. You can watch it on YouTube. I didn't want to show it here, of course, but really high levels. You know, somebody paid for this. Somebody actually paid probably a few $100s, maybe more, to have this sort of, you know, internet celebrity. I don't think he's a wildly known, but he's certainly an internet celebrity, to have this guy talk about case 302. I assume he had no idea about maybe even crypto before this. I don't want to do him a disservice, but maybe he just came straight off the street, essentially, and started speaking about this crazy case. I think he had a script as well. But again, it goes to show the levels that our community go to, you know, to make a point. And this was essentially a meme. This has now been memed. It was an original piece of content that has now been memed 100 times. And for Kleros and for every crypto project, but for us, our jurors are the community, and our community are the jurors. There's no getting around the fact that it's all very much this one core of people. Again, it spawned another video, a case 302 and explainer, which is full of memes as well. Really, you know, this case took off and had a life of its own. You can see some of the tweets there. You had Balaj, you know, one of Silicon Valley's most sort of important voices, shall you say. You had Vitalik, you had other ETH influencers, you had, you know, the guys from Omen. You had lots of people tweeting about this. It really caused a huge furor. It was one of our most important milestones in Kleros, probably. Again, here's the Vitalik tweet, Balaj. And here we have another meme, which is Clement, punching a coronavirus away. This one came out after the case had closed, or probably during the case, I think. But yeah, just again, it doesn't matter what's going on. There's always a meme for it. So yeah, this comes to sort of the end. At this current stage, we have over 290 jurors have ruled on cases. Over 470 cases are solved. Around about $150,000 in juror fees. That's not including what has gone through the platform. Well over $1 million has now gone through the platform, deposits and such like. And actually, I won't skip back to the Dojis on trial slide, but the Dojis on trial slide was 15,000 in juror fees. So you can see there's a 10 times the value in terms of juror fees has gone through since our original proof of concept. Another quick shill of our products and integrations. I want to plug them. That's where they all are. You can find them on our website, kleros.io. Any of those ones that you want to integrate with, get in touch with us. Obviously, Omen, Real Issue, and We Trust are other platforms that have integrated with us. But any of the other ones that you may need, get in touch with us. And thanks. That's all I have to say. Of course, I have to end with a meme, and it is another Pepe. And in the background, of course, this Pepe is in a comfy courthouse with some of our teammates who were learning the way of the blade in Japan, and that has also been heavily memed. I'm sure you'll find them on the internet yourself. So thanks for listening to this mostly pointless, but hopefully interesting talk on memes. And now we can pick up the quality of the discussion once more.
Thank you, Stuart. I have to disagree that this was not a low-brow talk. You started with like a citation of Richard Dawkins, and then you showed some Raphael Renaissance painting of the School of Athens. So it looks like a pretty highbrow talk to me.
I was just trying to bring the quality up, so I didn't look like a complete idiot. But yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions on this. Probably not, because it's about memes. But if you do, you can ask them here, or you can ask me on whatever medium. I'm in all the chats, so if you want to ask me, I have a meme pack actually for Kleros. I didn't link it at the end, but I have a lot of memes that people have sent me. If anyone wants a zip file full of safe for work Kleros memes, I can also add non-safe for work if anyone wants them. Then just get in touch with me.
Yeah, if you want to have the memes, you have to go to the Telegram group and be part of the community. I think that's the best way to do it.
There you go. I didn't. That's
Good. Well, so, and this is the end of the morning session. Well, morning depending for whom. For me, it's like 3 p.m. If there's no question, we will just go to the break, and we will meet again at 1850 UTC, and then we will have a presentation by the Kleros Fellowship members who will present different use cases of Kleros in different aspects. In copyright law, and then in energy, etc. And then we will have a panel of discussion about how does Kleros fit with the traditional legal systems? Is it compatible or not? So see you on my afternoon at 1850 UTC, and yeah, see you soon. Bye bye.
So Luis, you are now Sophie Nappert on the screen, but that's okay. I'm sure that can be changed by the host.
Hello. You look different.
Yeah, that was directed to me. There was a little bit of a delay. Thank you for sending the link. I can hear you now.
No problem. It's just you've got my name in front of you now. So, but I think the host can change that at their end, hopefully.
Can you change that, Damian?
Problem. Sorry, my internet broke off for a second there, like 3 minutes before the panel. So that was the reason for the slight delay. My apologies for that. Oh, we have another here.
Oh, I don't know. This is a civil attack, Sophie.
It is.
Hi, everyone.
Well,
Hi.
okay.
Hi, William.
How are you guys? We're good with the time, so don't worry. We're fine.
Yeah, I just asked the speakers for the next panel to turn off their cameras if possible, so we can start our panel here. Good, wonderful. Good. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome to our Fellowship of Justice panel towards a more just world. My name is Damian. I'm the communications director at Kleros. Fede, do you want to do the introductions for me, or do you want me to do it myself?
Just say that, well, we had a very interesting morning with different discussions about lots of things.
Indeed. We had pretty interesting discussions regarding different aspects of decentralized justice. And we're continuing our afternoon sessions with two very interesting panels, one of them being focused on the work that our fellows have been doing. I'll tell you a little bit more about the fellowship in a second. And the second one will be about Kleros law and the future of arbitration, which will also be a very interesting panel for all you lawyers out there and legal tech experts. When we're talking about our fellowship panel, our fellowship has been instituted in August 2018, if I remember correctly. The entire idea was to start exploring a little bit more in depth the use cases of Kleros through trying to network different experts from the fields of computer science, mathematics, economics, law, social science, and business. Since its inception, we've had the opportunity of welcoming 37 global experts in different fields from all corners of the earth, who have successfully completed their 6-month programs or are in the process of completing at this point. I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming 3 of our experts here today. 2 are from our first batch of fellows, and 1 is from our second batch. I will give you a little bit of a background of theirs. They're pretty fantastic people. The first one is Luis Bergola. He's a professor of practice at the University of Arizona and is a doctoral student at the Stanford Law School. For his dissertation, Luis uses a mix of qualitative and quantitative methods to assess the role and impact of party-appointed expert witnesses in adjudicatory settings like civil trials and international arbitrations. Outside the law school, he's a research assistant at the Hoover Institution. Luis was also in the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission Honors Program and was a visiting researcher at the Georgetown University Law Center, both in Washington, D.C. in 2017. Abir Sharma is an Indian dispute resolution lawyer and a legal researcher with a multidisciplinary professional interest spanning across public policy, jurisprudence, energy law, and international arbitration. He's highly optimistic about the potential of new technologies to disrupt the contemporary regulatory framework and the theory and practice of law, and is an avid supporter of reformation to bring the existing legal regime up to date with the 21st century. The third one, and not the least, is Mauricio Duarte, who is an attorney and notary graduated with honors from Universidad Francisco Marroquín, which is a very interesting institution that we might touch upon later on in the conversation. Before obtaining his LLM in U.S. law at the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota, he worked at one of Guatemala's most prestigious law firms, where he specialized in energy infrastructure investment, corporate governance, international investment, and commercial arbitrations. He's currently working as a legal entrepreneur and chief operating officer at A2J Tech, which is a very interesting institution that I warmly suggest for you guys to check out. When we talk about the presentations that we'll be discussing today, we'll be discussing their work at Kleros, but we'll also be discussing a little bit more broadly the topics that they're researching these days. Abir will talk about the Uniform Domain Name Dispute Resolution Policy that has been adopted by the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or as we better know it as ICANN, to oversee any disputes that may arise between various stakeholders regarding the registration of Internet of domain names. And of course, connected to that, how Kleros can be utilized as a viable alternative to help enforce the Uniform Domain Name Dispute Resolution Policy. On the other hand, Lewis will be speaking about the adoption of Kleros in a very complicated economic and political setting, such as that of Venezuela. He will be giving us an overview of this declining trust in the judiciary and the ever-increasing reliance of individuals and businesses on alternate methods of payment and currency conversions in the state, which is something that we are witnessing more and more across the globe in different states as the COVID crisis increases, and also due to political and social unrest. And this state of affairs always sort of opens the room for alternative scenarios, one of them being Kleros to become adopted in this hectic climate as a solution for the Venezuelan economy. He will also give us his take on the topic, as well as presenting some research questions that he's investigating as part of the case study on Kleros that are part of his ongoing study. Mauricio will be presenting on the topic of peer-to-peer energy markets and how Kleros represents one of the few mechanisms capable of solving disputes in this emerging industry. In order to put things a little bit into context, Mauricio, you will allow me to just put a little bit of context beforehand. Places like Brooklyn, Texas, Paris, and Japan, as well as other countries, find themselves investing heavily in renewable energy by prosumers, of which we'll speak a little bit more later on, which can then be sold without using centralized distributors, using smart meters and blockchain technology. This novel approach to local energy solutions is something that is a burning topic in many places in the world, and Mauricio will show us how Kleros can tie into this to even out the playing field even more. Now, these three topics might seem a bit divergent, but I'm sure that it will be a very interesting discussion that will find some very interesting connecting points, especially because the main one is, how do we use Kleros to better the world? So without further ado, I would ask Mauricio to tell us a little bit about his topic.
Okay, great. Thank you, David, and hi, everyone. For some, it's going to be late at night. For others, it's going to be early, or for someone, it's going to be in the afternoon like me or Fede. But I'm going to try to make it as short and sweet, and I'm going to also add some additional context to what Damien was just mentioning. So I'm going to share my screen right now, and I know I hate sometimes that I got to share my screen, but I think it's going to be pretty useful only to guide you through the motions of what was my thought process when I was approached with this specific project or investigation proposal for Kleros. So as David mentioned, I was in international arbitration, specifically in energy infrastructure. So to those who don't know what international arbitration is basically an alternate dispute mechanism. So instead of going to your local jurisdiction or your local courts, you agree beforehand by an arbitration agreement to submit your disputes to arbitrators and sometimes to a panel of experts. It depends. So with my experience and with my approach in the energy industry, one of my main concerns was that the energy industry was always centralized. And when you think about the potentials of blockchain in general as a decentralized technology that is going to allow peer-to-peer markets, not only in the financial industry, but in almost any industry, I started to think, okay, but there's probably, if blockchain technology is going to impact every industry, how is it going to impact the industry that I was at that moment, that I was the energy industry? So I decided to take a look at this article that I'm showing right now on my screen that said blockchain meets energy. And it showed the different applications and the different potentials from blockchain for the energy industry. However, one specific quote jumped to me, and was this one. and I'm gonna read it only because it seems more powerful if you just read it than if I read it, I guess. So when I read this phrase, I was like, then there's something that we can do, and there's probably a research opportunity on how then we can advance the use and implementation of blockchain in the energy industry, but is related to other components. So what this author said, the question of whether a blockchain makes sense for an energy industry application is often not a technical one at all. Rather, a closer look at the specific application scenario with its economic, regulatory, and ultimately non-digital technological challenges is the necessary first step. So what are the real struggles of why blockchain hasn't made that leap in the energy industry? Are, at least from my perspective, are two main reasons. One, the policies and regulatory aspects, but with that comes the lack of a venue that is available to solve disputes in decentralized markets in which now people are producing their own energy and selling their own energy. So I'm going to explain a bit how this works. So I'm going to show a video right now, and I think my audio is sharing. So it's a 2-minute video, but it's going to put in better context, in better words, and more visually why I decided to take on this project. So let me know, Damien, if the sound is on, but it should be working. It should be working.
Hurricane Maria took out power to all of Puerto Rico. Transportation, communication, and water for 3.4 million residents were wiped out overnight, not to be restored for months. But this scenario isn't unique to an island nation. Power grids all over the planet suffer the same vulnerability: centralization. One station down means millions lose power. But the answer to this problem may lie, in all places, in cryptocurrency.
Instead of being one behemoth, homogeneous thing that can rise or fall depending on a catastrophe, it can be a whole bunch of little connected islands that can be independent or connected depending on circumstances and conditions.
That's Michael Guerra. What he's describing is the Brooklyn Microgrid Project, a small power grid made up of houses on President Street. It's using blockchain, the underlying technology of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, to decentralize and share electricity. The project began last year with software startup LO3 Energy. Residents like Michael, who own solar panels, produce and sell clean power to other houses on the street. Using blockchain software for the exchange means energy can be provided whenever and wherever it's needed.
The power has been kind of one of the low-hanging fruits in terms of blockchain application. And the Brooklyn project is just one of many around the world where you've got something that is homogeneous. A kilowatt hour is a kilowatt hour. And it can be essentially transacted very efficiently on this peer-to-peer network via blockchain technology.
Blockchain acts as an automated accounting system. It tracks how much energy is available, how much it costs, where it is, and where it needs to go.
And it really is no different than any of the other things that have gotten a lot of press from the shared economy. A lot of people have heard about Airbnb, making money renting a spare room, or driving for Uber or Lyft or one of the new rideshare programs. To be able to use those concepts for something as fundamental and important to day-to-day life as electricity is really exciting.
And the Microgrid project isn't alone. Grid Plus is also using blockchain to help make energy greener and cheaper.
I love the idea of having these viable alternatives all over the place, and those can be totally decentralized and be sort of the routine way that people get their power.
Hurricane Maria took...
It's worth to say that I don't have to preach to the choir about the benefits of decentralized markets, blockchain, and the potential applications besides the financial industry. But when we're thinking about this new emerging industry that is really getting a lot of investment, and when I say investment, it's billions of dollars as creating renewable energy, we're looking at 3 technologies that are coming into place. One is smart meters that use artificial intelligence in order to measure how much energy your house is producing. So for instance, if you have a solar panel, or if you have a mill in your farm, but you're generating that energy, that smart meter is gonna count the amount of energy that you have produced, and the surplus can be transacted and sold to another house, to another property, to another farm. But for that, you would need traceability of Where was it generated? Was it entering into the main grid, which is, let's say, the system, the general infrastructure of the system in the energy markets? But besides that, you would need a platform or technology that allows a peer-to-peer transaction. So that's why we have blockchain, smart meters with artificial intelligence, but all of that is going to create the traceability of the surplus of energy that you're willing to sell. So if you look on the left side, that is normally the process that it works on the energy industry, which if it looks like a chaos, it's because it is. And besides, the regulatory challenges from every country make it very difficult to have a uniform or standard way of approaching the energy market. However, there are some common aspects. The one relevant factor on the energy industry is that it's full of stakeholders, and those stakeholders are only using a centralized system. However, now as we look at the decentralized industry, and I'm going to share my screen, is creating a simple system in which you, in your house or your apartment, depending if you have the necessary tools, you can create energy, you can sell it, and you can use the grid. So it could be the main grid or the centralized grid, or it could be other infrastructure that right now it's being invested upon by certain countries, for instance, Japan, Texas, Brooklyn, different states and countries are investing in infrastructure to create a more decentralized system of energy producing, and as well to avoid the saturation or the fall of just what the main grid. It means that no one else has energy. So this is just a simple, let's say, screenshot of how it would look. Let's say I have my house and I have solar panels. I can create that energy that is gonna go straight into the smart meter that is gonna count how much energy do I have, and then I can sell it to the main grid, or I can sell it to someone else. It's going to depend on my preferences, the price, and economic incentives that you might have. So again, this industry is starting to get a lot of attention, as the video mentioned, is one of the low-hanging fruits on the potentials of disruption. If you ask me, I do think that if we are looking, if you are and I don't want to get political in here, but if you are a believer on the effects of global warming, for instance, you might see that renewable energy and using blockchain is a good path forward in order to make a more sustainable world than the one that we have right now. So again, the investment, the startups, and the projects around decentralized energy markets is increasing every year in an exponential way. So without giving more of that context, because I think I can speak all day long about this, is that this was the, let's say, the nail in the coffin that led me to create my research on how Kleros could be used in this specific industry. And it's different research institutes and startups, especially in the EU, believe blockchain technology could enable 3D decentralization, decarbonization, and digitalization of the electricity sector while empowering prosumers. And that's the first time that I came across with this concept. And prosumers was a term back in 1980, in which Ellen Wright said that there was going to be a moment in human evolution, in the economic evolution of humanity, in which consumers would not only buy products or services, they would also create them. And they could be let's say, a player in the market as well. So instead of just buying, they will produce as well products and services. So what are we looking at right now? With the decentralized energy sector, you can be a consumer of energy, but at the same time, a producer of energy. Let's say I have a solar panel, I'm producing energy, but at the same time, I'm consuming it. So the concept of consumers is starting to get more traction now in this era of shared economies, as the video mentioned. So that led me, again, to start my research on the fellowship of how Kleros could be used specifically for this industry. And I'm gonna be sharing some of my main findings, and I'll probably be finishing up in 5 minutes. I extended a little bit more than I expected, but I hope you understand. And I just giving you the summary or the quick recap of the findings is that right now, at least how with the centralized system that we have, not only on the grid system, but on the dispute resolution systems around the world, on the main grid or using this centralized infrastructure, what we have at least worldwide, is that less than 30% of people, and consumers in this case, have access to resolve disputes. So for instance, let's say one producer of energy is not given the exact quantity that they offered, or the pricing is not being the price that it was agreed upon, or there are changes that sometimes don't have a, let's say, a regulatory backup, then the consumers don't have any recourse. They don't have anywhere to go. They cannot go to a jurisdiction, or they cannot even go to arbitration because it simply doesn't make sense with the cost related to an arbitration or going into the court, because again, energy and electricity is something that you need daily. It's a consumer aspect. It's a consumer related dispute. So right now we don't have enough adequate mechanisms to solve the disputes. And for instance, in England and in some other countries, you have alternative dispute resolutions, not focused on arbitration, but you have, for instance, mediations or ombudsmen, that are people that try to bring the parties together and get into an agreement. But overall, there's no much recourse that consumers can have, at least in the energy industry. So what are we looking forward is how Kleros, again, Kleros as one of the few disruptive ODR platforms around the world that is capable of integrating with smart contracts, can solve disputes in a collaborative and decentralized market. Meaning that the philosophy behind Kleros makes sense with how the dynamics of the market, especially a decentralized peer-to-peer energy market, works. So that here we are, and we're looking to make a transition down the road, and it's going to take some more time, but that's where we want to be. So these are the main findings. If I could reduce my, let's say, research in 5 main pillars, these are the ones, and I'm just going to explain very quickly each one. So number one is, if we start using Kleros for this type of industry, is that consumers, again, this new concept that is going to gain more and more traction as we increase not only our technological capacity, but as new industries start coming up in this new digital economy, is that prosumers will have recourse for disputes against peer-to-peers or against any other player in the market, without relying only on centralized mechanisms. Most of the states have, I would say, based on my research, 95% of the countries have a centralized mechanism of solving disputes, and just few countries have alternate dispute resolutions. But that's what we're looking at. The second thing is, as we look how Kleros works, and I don't have to probably explain the dynamics of Kleros, because most of you probably are aware of how Kleros works, is that if you can create a specialized court in knowledge on electricity or peer-to-peer markets on decentralized energy, you will have jurors that would have the knowledge and the understanding to solve disputes in something that might seem complex, but once you study it, it's not complex. The only thing that you really need to know is how the dynamics of this industry work. So as long as you have the qualifications, you have the experience, you can serve as a juror, and obviously the whole dynamics that you might be selected randomly, but you have to put pinactions to be selected as a juror. The third finding, again, just recapping all of my fellowship research, is that the decentralized market and how it works, again, using smart contracts, using blockchain technology, using smart meters, is compatible with the infrastructure of Kleros. We have 2 industries, or 2, let's say, industries that are working on blockchain already, that you don't need to create some complex integration in which, if we want to say it in a colloquial level, it's not something that is going into the internet and we gotta build a complex integration with something based on blockchain. It's something simple that at the end, it's just a matter of getting sharp minds of saying, okay, let's just communicate with this agreement. If we're gonna have a purchase and sell agreement of energy, we're just gonna have Kleros as the dispute mechanism. And the final 2 things, and before wrapping up, because I don't want to extend too much, is the automatic execution of the judgment or the decision from the jurors. It's gonna create more efficiencies, and it's gonna draw more investment and incentives to this industry. Why sometimes you're hesitant to invest in, even if it's a country or in some industries, is because you don't have the clear picture of the possible contingencies, or let's say if there's even if you are an attorney and you're trying to select a venue for a dispute resolution, you're always thinking how the courts react. Is that a good venue? Does it make sense? So if we start incorporating Kleros on this type of industries, it's going to create an additional incentive to elevate the investment on these industries, and therefore expanding the decentralization of the energy market, allowing for consumers. At the end of the day, you're winning, because you're going to be earning money on the side by just creating surplus of renewable energy. And I think that's something that everyone can get behind. If you're just laying on your couch or in your bed and you're making money only because the sun is shining, I think that's a pretty good deal for everyone. And the final thing is that the excessive dependence on the current state-sponsored infrastructure in most states has led to the congestion and inadequate mechanisms to solve disputes. So we got to start thinking that there are other mechanisms that, again, as Kleros is one of them, they're probably going to be additional in the future. But if Kleros can start, again, focusing on this type of emerging industries, is going to be a good path forward. And it's not only going to have an impact on access to justice, but it's going to have a direct correlation with the investment and acceleration of this industry around the world. So again, if we want to make a rapid summary, I have the 4 key findings. Blockchain, smart contracts, and smart meters are going to change how the energy market works. The second one is that because of this new technological advancement, we're going to have peer-to-peer energy markets in which you can trade or sell to, let's say, your neighbor, or you could sell to the main grid or to someone else. The consumers now will be replaced with prosumers. For instance, myself, I am a consumer right now, but I do envision, and I would like to be in a short-term future, a prosumer, in which I can create renewable energy and sell the surplus of that energy. And the final recap is that right now, at least what we have right now, probably Kleros is one of the best ADR tools for this type of peer-to-peer markets. I focus my research on energy, but there are many more peer-to-peer markets, and probably some of my colleagues are going to speak about it, but that's probably what I have for today. I extended a little bit more, short and sweet, but if you have any questions or you would like to discuss additional projects or avenues of research, we're always happy to collaborate.
Thank you very much, Mauricio, for this wonderful presentation and beautifully designed presentation, if I may add. I think that there are a couple of points there that I very much enjoyed that sort of can sort of seep into this discussion a little bit more moving forward. One of them, of course, you know, the energy sector is one of the most neuralgic points on planet Earth at this point. Serbia is in a situation where renewable energy is too far away at this point to be instituted, exactly because of regulatory frameworks that are very rigid and very difficult to change. So I think this is one of the things that we will be able to discuss, especially with Lewis and his presentation, and Abir with his in these very different fields. But this is something that we will be facing moving forward. But let's come back to that towards the end in the Q&A session. So I would ask Abir if you can tell us a little bit about WIPO and what does Kleros have to do exactly with IP in ICANN. And hello.
Hey guys, what's up? Let me just share my screen right now. And as you can see, my slideshow is not nearly as attractive as Maurizio's. So you can all just focus on my pretty face. Now, the topic that I'm going to be talking about right now is domain name disputes. It's actually a very, it's a very common form of dispute resolution that takes place, but it doesn't really get covered that much in the news media or anything like that. Although there have been certain high profile cases involving all sorts of celebrities such as Madonna and Jethro Tull, ranging all the way to actual national governments. But first things first, what exactly is a domain name? This is not exactly rocket science because, I think everyone fairly well knows what a domain name is when you use the internet, right? It's the thing that you type into your browser address bar. As you can see, there are certain parts of a domain name. There's the protocol, which is the HTTPS, not important here. There's the subdomain, the www, which is also not important here. The part in the middle is the important part. That is known as the domain. That is basically, if you type in kleros.io, Kleros is going to be the domain, whereas the .io is going to be the top level domain. Now, all websites, they generally, the way the internet is mapped is that they have an IP address, which is a long string of numbers. But this is not exactly convenient to use for a regular user such as you and me. And therefore, the domain name system was developed in order to let regular people sort of navigate the web. It's sort of like the Ethereum name service that was recently developed. So you can actually send money to people's names, like through their names, to their wallets, instead of typing in the 13 alphanumeric code. But the moment that you have something like a domain name, which can be any regular name that you want to choose, that gives rise to a new challenge that basically, names have value. If you are a business like Nike, that name is worth, $500 million, maybe $1 billion alone. You do not want some regular guy, living in some shack in the middle of some podunk town, taking that name and making his own website where he's selling, 3D printed guns. That's not good for your brand value or, anything else. So similarly, you might have certain sentimental values attached to a name, which you don't want other people to misuse. So the internet, once it has this domain name system, it's not really ideal for it to turn into a wild west where people can hoard domain names. So for this reason, a governance institution was developed. It's known as the ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Now, basically what the ICANN does is that it's a governance institution that ensures operational stability of the internet. It used to be under the aegis of a department of the United States until fairly recently, until other countries started objecting to the United States government having so much control over the global internet. So it evolved into a multi-stakeholder organization that basically administers databases related to the domain name system. So in other words, it manages the address book of the internet. As you can see in the picture over there, the way the ICANN is set up is fairly complicated, and it takes quite a little while to understand how exactly it's set up, because lots of different corporations, government agencies, civil society stakeholders have a say in how it's run. And then it basically has separate different registries, which sort of administer different top level domains. As you can see from the past slide, the top level domain is the thing at the end, right? The .com. But there are different kinds of top level domains, all with their own differing values, such as the .nyc top level domain has been given to a registry, which is under the control of the city of New York. And that TLD can only be used if you have a residential or business address in New York. Similarly, the top TV, .tv address is under the control of the government of Tuvalu, which is only going to allow you to register a .tv domain name if you pay them certain money. There are also certain specialized top-level domains that ICANN may sometimes sanction, such as .alibaba, which is operated and owned by the Alibaba Group. And there are certain controversies and struggles that go on with regards to top-level domains as well. That's a different can of worms. Like currently, there's this one top-level domain known as .islam, which has basically, been put into suspension because there's a whole lot of controversy over who is going to control that registry, with certain countries demanding that it be like governed over some sort of organization that looks over the interests of the nearly 2 billion Muslims that exist in the world. So the ICANN has become this very complicated organization, which has a huge administrative headache before it. When it was initially set up, though, it was set up to solve this trademark dilemma, right? Because as we know, domain names are regular names and they may sometimes infringe on a pre-existing trademark. So in order to solve this issue, the ICANN consulted with the World Intellectual Property Organization, which in a fairly detailed report recommended the creation of the UDRP, the Uniform Dispute Resolution Policy. Now the UDRP forms basically the fountainhead of the dispute resolution process regarding domain names, right? It helps resolve disputes that might arise in the smooth operation and the distribution of registration of domain names. Now there are 3 grounds of challenge. If, for instance, I register a domain name and one of you wants to challenge it, you're going to have to satisfy 3 grounds for a successful challenge. The first is that you'll have to prove that the domain name I have registered is identical or confusingly similar to a trademark or service mark in which you have a right. Secondly, you'll have to prove that I, as the registrant, have no legitimate interest or rights in respect of that domain name, right? It's not my dog's name or something like that, which I used in order to create a website devoted to my dog. Thirdly, you're going to have to prove that the domain name that I have registered is being used in bad faith. And you have to prove all 3 of these grounds. Now, what bad faith constitutes merits some further sort of inspection. Now, there are different, now this list which I've got here is not an exhaustive list, it's an indicative list, but so sort of explains the general categories of bad faith registrations that may take place. The first kind is cyber squatting, which is basically where a registrant buys a domain name in order to extort the actual trademark holder into paying a premium in order to buy that name back and create a website. Now, the seminal case that happened is from the English Court of Appeal. It's called British Telecommunications versus 1 in a Million. And this is from the late 90s. What happened here was a bunch of domain name pirates basically snapped up some very well-known brand names such as Marks and Spencer, Sainsbury's, and they demanded extortionate rates in order to give the domain name back to the actual right holders. And this sort of case forms one of the most important pieces of case law, which is still cited by tribunals and judges to this day. The second kind of bad faith registration that may happen is disruption, where the registrant takes a domain name in order to strategically deprive someone else, either for business purposes or for any other purposes of that domain name. And the best example of this is Taiwan.com. This was up for grabs in the late 90s as well. The government of Taiwan, I think they forgot to renew the domain name registration. Now what happened was a mainland Chinese-controlled media agency known as Xinhua snapped up the Taiwan.com domain name and basically created a website in service of mainstream PRC propaganda rather than allowing the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to create its own website, which was pretty much a massive PR blow to the island of Taiwan. Thirdly, there's redirection, which is where the registrant snaps up your domain name, the complainant's domain name, in order to redirect traffic to his own website. And the best example for this happened in 2016 during the Republican Party primaries in the US presidential elections. So Jeb Bush was one of the candidates running for president back then, and the domain name under his name was up for grabs. Now, what happened was certain supporters of Donald Trump, he insists that he didn't do it or his campaign didn't do it. So let's take his word for it because we know he always tells the truth. But certain supporters of Donald Trump laid claim to JebBush.com and basically redirected his website to the Donald Trump campaign website, which was back then considered a massive blow and one of the many reasons that Jeb Bush dropped out of the presidential race. These last two examples are sort of related with each other. There's one is typo squatting, where you'd buy a domain name that is a misspelling of an existing domain name or trademark, such as if there's google.com, I can buy up goggle.com. And similarly, combo squatting, where the registrant adds words to a trademark or domain name that may intuitively seem to belong in the name but really do not, such as there's nike.com. If I add nikeshoes.com, that's not the same thing, but some person who does not know any better might end up thinking that this is the Nike website. Now, this may be for perfectly innocuous reasons, right? I'll buy nikeshoes.com and just make a dummy site which is full of, penis enlargement ads, which, is going to give me a few pennies every time, someone clicks on it. But on the other end of the spectrum, it might just be a straight up scam, right? And this happens a lot with banking websites where people do indulge in typo squatting or combo squatting in order to create a fake banking website and scam or phish the details of intended customers of that bank. So the UDRP exists in order to take care of such issues that might arise. And the ICANN has delegated a list of institutions to look over it. It keeps on periodically updating the list so that new institutions enter, some institutions fall out. Most of these centers are basically regular arbitral institutions, which help administer regular arbitration on the side and also dabble in internet disputes. What arbitral institutions do is basically they give you an infrastructure where they can recommend arbitrators for you. They can sort of give you the guidance of administrative staff, which is going to help you through the dispute resolution process. The main center that these disputes take place is the WIPO. They also have a certain dispute resolution center. And as you can see, the number of disputes that have been registered with WIPO have been steadily increasing over the years. Now, though, considering that all of these hallmarks, all of these institutions exist, we need to see what exactly they ideally try to cater towards. Now, the ICANN does not really set any sort of criteria that you absolutely have to cater to in order to be assigned by the ICANN as a dispute resolution provider. But each approved provider generally tries to aim to outperform national courts, right? So they end up harmonizing their structure and the way they administer disputes in that same way. And the criteria and the sort of aspirations that they try to work towards is low cost. They want to be cheaper than the regular court system. Secondly, they want to be faster than the regular court system. Thirdly, they want to be more convenient than the regular court system. And this will include email-only proceedings. You're not going to have any oral proceedings. You won't require any expert witnesses. You won't require any massive legal teams over the dispute. This is what they aspire towards. But while they might, in general, outperform national courts, it's not necessarily the case that they actually live up to these ideals that they claim to espouse. So let's look at some of the issues that arise in the existing framework of dispute resolution institutions, and let's see if it can be improved. The average duration of a WIPO domain name dispute, because WIPO is the main place where these disputes happen, is 2 months. WIPO filing fees start at $1,500 and they increase depending on the number of contested domain names and number of arbitrators. What this means is that if you have to challenge between 1 and 5 domain names, and if you want only 1 arbitrator, then you have to pay $1,500. Out of this $1,500, the arbitrator will get his fee and the WIPO will sort of take a bit of its own administrative charges. This does not include the cost of legal representation. There's no official data on total costs because many of these disputes are actually also private. but there is certain anecdotal data that suggests that it is high enough that registrants may be disincentivized from pursuing appeals. And the main anecdotal data I'm relying on here is my own personal experience. I actually did represent a party that was sued in the WIPO for having registered a domain name. So they lost their first round and they had an option of appealing it according to the rules of the registry that the domain name was registered under, but they decided not to because it was getting way too expensive for them. And it makes sense, right? $1,500 may not be a lot in, let's say, Switzerland, which is where I think the WIPO is based. But in a country like India, that is not exactly cheaper than court litigation, and people are not going to want to proceed when the costs look like that. Now, another problem here is that the pool of arbitrators that WIPO has and like all of these other institutions have is very limited. They have these very rigid and rigorous criteria for who actually can apply and qualify to be a potential arbitrator. You know, you need certain years of experience arbitrating regular disputes. You also need certain years of experience being a lawyer representing parties in these sort of domain name disputes. And what that results in is a limited pool of arbitrators with a very, I'd say, biased worldview, right? They're very legalistic in their thinking. They're not regular everyday people. And that might not exactly be the thing you're looking for when you're looking for options to settle disputes which are so intuitive and obvious, such as domain name disputes. Another problem with the existing sort of scenario is that there are no monetary damages or injunctive relief that can be awarded. The only sort of remedy either side has is that the WIPO or other arbitrator is going to give his decision, and within 10 days, ICANN is going to change whoever the registration belongs to, right? So if you successfully sue me in one of these institutions over a domain name I have registered, I have 10 days to challenge that in court. Otherwise, ICANN is going to take that registration and remove my name from it. And after that, one of you, whoever is the complainant, can register the domain name. On the other side of the spectrum, if I win, I will not get any sort of damages from you, even if you sort of ruin my reputation or whatever. All I will get is that you cannot take that registration from me. So the remedies that I have is sort of limited, and there's not much more in terms of enforceability going around there. This is where Kleros steps in, right? First of all, if you ask me, the costs of dispute settlement are likely to be lower in Kleros, simply for the reason that the adjudicators or the arbitrators that Kleros will have are not likely going to be, legal professionals or people with that many specialized qualifications or experience. They can be regular people who are motivated to only preside over the dispute and be consistent with each other because their money is at stake. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole sort of Schelling point analysis, but I will point out that Kleros performs best when there are as little moving parts as possible in a dispute, or as we all call the proverbial low-hanging fruit of disputes. And I believe that this is where domain name disputes and Kleros together can shine, because there's not much sort of legal analysis that you need to undergo when you have to inspect whether a typo is there, which is in bad faith, whether you're trying to redirect from someone else's website to your own. That does not require much legal analysis. In certain exceptional cases, it might, but in, I'd say, 90% of cases, that is not necessary. So I believe that a Kleros jury is more likely to meet the objective reasonable person standard that is required in such disputes. And the reasonable person standards, all it says is that if a regular guy on the street thinks that, the domain name is confusing, then yeah, it's confusing. Legal professionals who have gone through, 15 years of training and practice, they are not reasonable people. And I'll tell you that myself, I'm not exactly a reasonable person in these cases. I can give you all sort of but ifs and qualifications and hypotheticals on where I will not get confused by a URL or domain name, which some regular person on the street necessarily will not agree with. So I believe that, technical legal people are actually sort of detracting from the potential of domain name disputes under the status quo. Now, another important thing is, and a reason why we should sort of aim towards adoption of Kleros as a domain name dispute settlement platform is that, it's a nice testing ground for Kleros to prove itself as something that can scale up and take more, let's say, important disputes involving millions of dollars. It's a sort of stress test platform because the mandatory administrative procedures prescribed by the UDRP, they're not finally binding, right? All they can do is change the registration. They cannot really sue you. They cannot put you in jail. They cannot demand any sort of damages from you, and it's not binding on the courts. You have that 10-day sort of a grace period where you can go to the court, and even after that 10-day grace period, you can still sue the person for defamation or unjustifiably, taking your customers, damaging your business or whatever you have. So if it's Kleros with such low stakes, it's a great place to actually prove that this platform is not a sham, basically, where, all you can do is have disputes relating to cryptocurrencies and have all sorts of, sorry for the harsh words, but you can say like, currently people think that Kleros is just a platform for cryptocurrency circle jerk enthusiasts, where they sue each other based on whether a token has been appropriately named or not, or whether some smart contract is working properly or not. So
but isn't domain names the same thing?
Domain names
in some other name, in some other way.
Well, domain names actually involve, real businesses and real, like more brick and mortar businesses and real people, right? If I have a presidential campaign, I'm not going to be doing it on the blockchain. I'm going to be doing it out on the rallies and campaign trails. So I think that this really takes Kleros outside of the blockchain sort of culture and into regular people culture in a sort of staggered and safe manner.
Definitely.
And coming to the enforceability part, you know that...
if I may just point out, sure. Time.
Sure. Yeah, all I'm going to say is that, Kleros smart contracts, they may allow you to award damages, take certain security for costs, which under the current framework is not really possible. So that's why I think that Kleros would actually be the ideal platform for domain name dispute resolution. And we should probably lobby some WIPO Pro and ICANN professionals for the same. So that's the end of my presentation in case anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much, Abir. Knowing a little bit about ICANN and hanging out a little bit with the ICANN guys, I have to say that it's one of the more interestingly organized institutions, and it could be in some sense a match made in heaven to actually connect these two together. And I agree completely. But again, we'll come back to that after Lewis's presentation, because I'm dying to hear what is happening in Venezuela and how we can actually use Kleros in such a crisis climate. And also, one other thing before we begin, since it's 7:45 at this point, I wanted to ask Federico, would it be okay to extend our panel a little bit so we can cover 5 minutes of a Q&A and then you guys can go ahead?
Yeah, that won't be a problem, I think.
Very good. All right. Lewis, I wouldn't want to take any more of your time, so you can begin.
Happy to start as soon as Abir stops sharing his
I have
screen.
no idea how to do that. I'll just stop my video. Did that work?
No, I think you have to stop sharing your screen.
There we go.
Oh,
there we
okay,
go.
sorry.
It's okay.
Uh,
That's a wonderful backdrop you have there.
oh, yes, that's autumn at Stanford last year. Let's see. Are you seeing my screen? No, I'm
Hold
still
on.
seeing
Yeah.
Avir's.
Sorry, that's done.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I hope not to disappoint anyone if I start my presentation by telling you a little bit about a case study that I'm running with Karen Seif and John Eken about Kleros and the social legal approach that we have taken in conducting this research. And then we'll talk a little bit about Venezuela towards the end. I would like to say that since this is an ongoing case study, I think I see more advantage in being brief and letting leaving an opportunity for discussion later on, because I guess I'm as interested as you are in learning what you have to say about the way we are approaching these questions than I am about sharing what we have been finding so far. And I guess it's also important to say that many of the things that I'm going to say are things that are well known to the other fellow panelists here. But we present this case study as valuable for the community at large that is not necessarily familiar with Kleros and, well, the folks that we hope are in the audience today. The way we frame our case study is inscribed in the social legal tradition. We are very much interested in how interventions in the field of law play out in reality as opposed as to how they are expected to play out as written in the books. I'm not going to spend too much time on the literature that discusses claim and behavior, but we depart from, I don't want to say depart in the English sense of the word, I guess we start with the study of Macaulay from 1963 about non-contractual legal relationships. And to make the long story short, I just want to convey the idea that legal sociologists have been able to establish that non-breaching parties in a contractual relationship not always, and as a matter of fact, not as often as people would expect them to, resort to contract law to obtain redress from the damages that they suffered by the fact that their business partner, the business partner didn't live up to the promise in a given contract. And then other scholars in the field have explored the issue of non-litigiousness from other perspectives. But the bottom line is that you have to look outside of the courts, the places where people adjudicate their claims in a society, to understand that the majority of potential claims that exist at a given point in time don't necessarily end up in court being resolved by a judge or an independent adjudicator, as would be the case of an arbitrator. The vast majority of claims tend to be lumped, as sociologists like to say, for different reasons: economic, sociological, even religious reasons. So my passage through the Kleros Fellowship got me thinking about how is Kleros, if implemented widely in a given society, is going to serve as an incentive for changing the attitudes that individuals in different societies have adopted towards claiming in the past, now that we live in this new decentralized blockchain society. So we ask basic questions, and our intention is to come up with the first independent big picture study on Kleros that is not issued by Kleros people, and that goes beyond the mere description of the platform that you observe in the few independent papers that have been published so far, that basically briefly describe Kleros, briefly compare Kleros to similar platforms, and one specific paper that shows some skepticism and criticism towards Kleros. So we ask basic questions. We want to know, what are those problems that Kleros solve in reality? And this is a question that we ask out of the belief that the traditional Bob and Alice scenario with which Kleros has been marketed was a great idea for the global society and for the little guy who is looking for avenues for alternative ways of obtaining cheaper services or cheaper goods by interacting in the global economy. And then we try to answer the question of what is it, if anything, that is holding Kleros from, taking off big time and becoming what it's meant to be, according to what we all know from the different Kleros materials that are out there. So I will not surprise anyone if I tell you that our preliminary findings from this case study are in line with things that have been mentioned by others in this panel and before in our different interactions. We see something that we like to call the decentralized sheriff. Kleros is serving as this important observer in the realm of token listings, and that's the majority of the cases that we see out there. So we keep wondering whether Kleros is going to be limited to this, or whether this emerging niche area, as we call it, is enough in itself to support Kleros as a viable enterprise, which is perfectly fine. And then we try to pinpoint the hurdles that are holding back broader adoption. And those might be apparent to all of you members of this panel who have actually used Kleros or might have experimented with the platform. And then finally, not least important, we take our inquiry, and I know for a fact that Sophie Nappert, for example, is one of the people who are in the field of arbitration that are very much concerned about the role of Kleros as a device that could help create the trust that is necessary for any dispute resolution system to be viable and to work effectively. So let me go back to the previous slide, actually the previous here. So we are employing mixed empirical methods to try to answer these questions and write the big picture description of Kleros. We are using content analysis. We're looking at the cases that exist right now, the caseload that Kleros has, and we have conducted interviews with the Kleros management, with Federico and Dr. George, and we have interviewed other people, other stakeholders, other users of Kleros, and more importantly, we have deployed a survey, and to reach out to a relevant group of people, we have used Kleros's own Telegram chat to distribute the interview, which means that we have to acknowledge the fact that we have, for sure, a biased sample. We are looking at people who are into Kleros already, and we are describing their own attitudes towards Kleros. And this is fine because we are trying to precisely measure attitudes of people who are interested in Kleros. A next step in the future for this case study that we are considering would be to run a survey to the public at large, as opposed to a group of people who are already knowledgeable and are using Kleros. But the main findings that we received from this preliminary survey, and we have a bunch of other findings, but I just want to concentrate on this, is the fact that the main driver that is taking people into Kleros is the desire to invest in Kleros's token, as opposed to use Kleros as a dispute resolution platform. I'm not trying to say that people are not into that aspect of Kleros, but the majority of the respondents, at least of our survey, indicate a desire on either investing on the token or making money as a juror. But fewer members of this community are into using Kleros for resolving the disputes that they might encounter in their own dealings. And another important thing that we are observing here is that of our respondents, there seems to be a trend in high knowledge about cryptocurrency. So we are not saying that this is the main hurdle to a broader adoption of Kleros in society, but the people who are constantly using it so far are folks who understand this field, who understand cryptocurrency, who understand blockchain, who understand smart contracts. So I guess the next steps in our study would be to ascertain whether this is what is holding back Kleros, if we can say that it's still been held back. We have been, as part of our study, we have been experimenting with the platform ourselves. So when I try to transfer or to create an escrow to secure a contract for the transfer of 1,000 Pinakins to my co-author, Jan, I attempted to create a smart contract with the amount of Pinakin in escrow. And the amount that was being charged as a gas fee was outstanding, was about 3 times the amount that we were trying, the amount of the contract price. So we all know that this fluctuates. We all know that the summer was not a nice time to conduct these kinds of transactions. And we know it has fluctuated down and it fluctuates up. And the main problem that we keep seeing in the responses from our survey respondents is about the uncertainty that this creates. And well, to the extent that users are not able to rely on, not on Kleros, but on the price of gas, is something that makes folks think twice about securing a transaction through the Kleros escrow, for example. What is important to us from our social legal perspective is that something that we expected to see, the graph on the left indicates that those who win, those who succeed in their cases are likely to do business with Kleros again. What is counterintuitive for us who have studied the social legal literature is the fact that there seems to be neutrality from the vast majority of respondents in our survey when the experience is negative. And this is interesting because if this holds true as Kleros develops, and perhaps it's something that we'll be able to find out if we run a survey at large and the finding holds, it's an indication that goes contrary to the findings that Macaulay and the other authors that I mentioned earlier established from the 60s onwards. So you will have an example of a society, if you want to call the group of people who deal and transact business and obtain goods and services on the virtual market. If you want to call that group of people a society, this would be the first indication of a society in which there is a trend that claiming and having a negative experience doesn't necessarily detract those users from keep using the system, from being repeat players when the experience is not positive. We have a bunch of case study conclusions here that are all preliminary. I don't want to spend much time here. I'll leave the slide here, but I do want to say a few things about what's going on in Venezuela. So why don't we go there? And then if time permits, we'll come back to the preliminary conclusions that I had. The problem in Venezuela is that we have a political situation that has created a serious impact both on the economy and the ability of the state to handle cases through the local tribunals. If you look at the graph, this is the amount of civil and commercial rulings issued by tribunals of first instance in Caracas during the period that goes from 2006 to this year. And what we see is that the blue line marks the average of rulings that are issued in first instance by those tribunals. These are typically the cases that involve contracts and dealings among merchants. Venezuela was a country in which there was almost 40,000 rulings of first instance every year. And we see a decline in the tribunal's ability to handle cases that starts, let's say, from 2014 onwards, to the point that in 2020, with the little help that we are all receiving from the pandemic, the tribunals are basically shut down, are not issuing rulings on these matters. So not only the fact that the citizenry is not relying on the Venezuelan courts to decide the disputes that arise from their commercial enterprises, the tribunals are actually not taking those cases. So that, in addition with the fact that you have rampant inflation and a de facto reliance on the US dollar for any transaction at any level in any part of the country, has contributed to shrinking the Venezuelan economy. So most businesses are not having access to lines of credit. Everybody is dealing on the day, and everything is being charged cash. So it's been really difficult for the median enterprise to keep functioning as they used to in the past. And well, we are not seeing the local arbitration centers in Venezuela stepping in to absorb the caseload that typically would have gone to the tribunals. This is data from the SETCA, the main arbitration center in Caracas. You see 2015, 2016 was probably the case that had the most cases, 20 cases of domestic arbitration in a country that, if you compare Venezuela to the neighbor Colombia, the Bogota center is running over 2,000 cases a year. So we are not ourselves trying to create a use case for Kleros. Rather, we are speaking with NGOs, students, people in the field of tech, at the intersection of tech and legal studies in Venezuela, to encourage the incorporation of Kleros in some way or another into a micro sector of the Venezuelan economy that could allow us to observe in a very specific way how Kleros could work in a society that lacks tribunals and that has no access to liquidity, because the local currency disappeared. There's no access to bills or coins, and dollars are not in as much circulation. There's not enough offer of U.S. currency to conduct the transactions that need to occur in an economy like the Venezuelan. So people keep wondering about why or how the Venezuelan economy keeps functioning to some extent, and whether something like Kleros could come in and fulfill the role the courts used to fulfill in a society. So there's a number of research questions to to ask at this point. If Kleros were to be incorporated by any of these groups of stakeholders, I guess the opportunity to expand the scope of our case study would be unique. But at this point, we are basically waiting to see what happens. And I guess I welcome any questions that you have as to how we have been approaching these questions, these research questions, and the case of Venezuela, which is a very interesting opportunity to test. Kleros.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis, for this wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, we have eaten into the Q&A time by a lot, and our speaker Mauricio has had to jump on to another call. So I would sort of wrap this discussion up as fast as possible with a sort of let's say a conclusionary remark on my side, which is that we've had the opportunity to see three different use cases in three very different fields, and a wonderful analysis of what Kleros is. And sort of what resonated in my mind the most is this idea of Kleros as a decentralized sheriff. I think don't hold me to this, but I think I read it in Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States, or I'm not certain completely, but there was this idea that sheriffs were instituted in the so-called Wild West at one point because there was a complete lack of judiciary. So it was necessary to somehow regulate a certain space, and I think that this resonates quite well in this small, as Abir said, in this small space of cryptocurrencies, of blockchain on Ethereum. It seems that Kleros can find some kind of space first and foremost within it, as we've seen in the earlier sessions, as well as finding some kind of another place in the real world, starting from the use case in ICANN and dispute resolution there, and as well in these spaces coming from a country that has also been functioning very deeply in this informal economy in the 90s. It seems that with these tremors, global tremors that are coming and that are already here in certain places in the world, Kleros can find its place there. And on the third side, looking at the renewable energy sector and something that is a look forward to a brighter future, perhaps Kleros will find its place even there. I think that in what sort of drove me a lot in this discussion was that we seem to be finding ourselves in some kind of a generational struggle. I connect that one of the things that came to my mind as well is this idea that Salim Ismail was saying about exponential institutions, how technologies become faster and cheaper by every year, with every passing year. And I think that in some sense, Kleros, as it is right now, it is a small experiment in some kind of a novel field, but at the same time, moving forward, and with all of the advances we are making these days, we are moving forward to something that I believe can be a very interesting place where we can all find our place online. I would like to thank all of you for participating in this panel, and I wouldn't like to take more time off of our fellow colleagues that need to start their own discussion in a minute. So thank you very much for this, and let us continue this discussion on Telegram.
Thank you for those amazing presentations, guys. It was amazing. Thank you, Luis. Mauricio, he's not here anymore, and Abir. Thanks a lot for coming. And I have a lot of comments and questions to make to the panelists. What I find first is that it was really a good idea to do the fellowship, because look how much brain power we have for studying different use cases and trying to find solutions, find problems and then solutions to different disputes, some of them old, others new. Just one thing that you're going to be interested with. Just yesterday, we started our first test of using Kleros, like a non-crypto, if you want, use case. It's in a traditional rental dispute in Mexico between like a landlord and tenant. Like landlord saying the tenant didn't pay the rent, and so there's Kleros that's going to make a decision whether rent was paid or not, and then so we're doing this with a mediation center in Mexico. So this is the first step to taking Kleros into the non-crypto world, and of course we know this is very important.
I'm familiar with the case, actually. I was checking it because it was one of the first cases that differed from the bulk of cases that we have seen in our study. And it's interesting how creatively the lawyer has incorporated language in the contract to make it possible to nationalize, if you will, a Kleros decision into the realm of a national legal system. So by the arbitrator adopting the Kleros decision and writing into an arbitration award, then indirectly you have Kleros jurors rendering a decision that is enforceable under Mexican law. And I found that was brilliant. I just can't wait until see how that evolves, because it provides a very nice example as to the kind of thinking that the lawyers and the scholars with whom I'm having a conversation in Venezuela can think about ways of implementing or incorporating Kleros into a society and a legal system that is in worse shape in that case than the Mexican.
That's great. And so this idea of how to put Kleros into the contract, so this is part of the research that Mauricio Virues, who's the Mexican lawyer who did this, the fellowship report he wrote, and he already submitted it, and it's on the review now, explains how under Mexican law that type of selection of arbitrations is valid, and yeah, I of course I will share this with you. Well, and you give me the perfect topic to go into the next panel, which is going to be moderated by our very own, I'd say at this point, Sophie Nappel, who is I don't think she needs much introduction. She was, just one thing I'm going to say about her, she was elected one of the most important arbitrators in the United Kingdom recently by a very prestigious magazine, legal magazine. So that said, I'm going just to give her the reins of this panel, because now I am just a humble participant, but she owns she's moderator and she owns the panel now. So please, Sophie, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Federico. And of course, the participants are the most important parts of this panel. The first thing I will say is what a pleasure it is and a privilege to participate in the conference. Thank you for having me. It's a great opportunity, even though I cannot see anyone, which is driving me crazy, but it's a great way to connect with the community with the community otherwise than on a Telegram chat. So yes, indeed, Luis, thank you for, and Federico, thank you for mentioning the Mexican case, which is the perfect segue for our panel, how Kleros interacts with justice, traditional legacy justice, as Stuart would say, in the real world. And I will say a few words about my panelists. If they can put on their cameras just for a minute. Obviously, Federico needs no introduction in this forum, but I will say very quickly that he is a lecturer. He has lectured at Stanford, Oxford, and Columbia together earlier this year. It seems like another lifetime, but there we were in person. He hosts the first Coursera course about blockchain in Spanish, and he is a TEDx speaker. We also have the pleasure of having William O'Rourke, who is the founder of a law firm called Orwell. Is that the right way to pronounce it, William? It specializes in the digital economy.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry?
Yes, it's Orwell.
Yes? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's named Orwell it's referred to George Orwell.
To George Orwell, yes, exactly. Very clever. He advises crypto and blockchain projects on their legal and regulation needs. He is also a lecturer in law at La Sorbonne Alsace in Paris, Polytechnique HEC, and he has published the first handbook on crypto assets and blockchain law at LexisNexis. I'm very also privileged to have on this panel Jose Torres, who is a partner at Lexis Abogados in Colombia. He leads the legal design, fintech, and crypto practice of this firm. And he's a former fellow of Stanford's legal design lab. He worked at Facebook. He worked also at Skadden Arps in the international arbitration practice and at the legal division of the WTO. I thought we would speak, guys, I didn't say this before, but I thought in terms, so the format that this will take is I will ask some questions to my panelists that we have discussed together beforehand, and it will be a little bit more interactive. It won't be presentations. And I thought, given the topics that we discussed, we would start with William, who will address the kind of litigation that Kleros would be useful for, and the space between the state justice system and disputes that require due process, procedural guarantees. So this panel is all about where does fairness fit in the Kleros model? Where do procedural guarantees fit? These are very important landmarks of the legal system in any country. And so these are the things that we're going to address. And Jose will talk about creating services, legal design and Kleros, and how can services be created with that model in mind. So starting with William, William, you wanted to address, I think, the differences between Kleros and what is currently an ODR service in the sort of traditional sense, an online dispute resolution platform. Is there a difference, and how do you see it? William, you're on mute.
Yes. So I answer this question, right? Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the mic is not very good.
Okay, sorry, okay, because I have a little delay, but I hope it will be okay. Okay, you hear me well?
Not very well.
I don't know if it's to do with the...
Maybe, do you hear me better now?
No, you break up a little bit, unfortunately.
Maybe I will cut my video.
Do you want to? Okay, try that and see if there's better bandwidth. Okay. Can we hear you?
Is the sound better now?
Not really. I'm afraid. I'm afraid it's not. Do you want to try taking off the earphones and see what? Sometimes that works. That's the extent of my technical ability, but sometimes that
You know, everything in blockchain has some problems of scalability so far. Yeah. Let's see.
Go for it,
Do
William.
you hear me now?
Ah, yes. Okay, fantastic.
It's better?
Much better. So
okay.
Please tell us about the difference between ODR and Kleros. Yeah?
Yeah, but there is some huge difference. The first one is about I think the core function of Kleros. Even the definition of Kleros, for me, in my own opinion, it's not a decentralized justice protocol. Kleros is more something like a decision-making protocol, which is rather different, because like in France we used to say that justice is a very ambiguous meaning, because it's both an administration, a public services, and also a virtue, and for me Kleros is something like that. I mean, it's a technology that make able to find a consensus, to reach a decision with what we call juror, but it's some people actually, they agree to find a decision because they are economically incentive to, but it's not by itself. It's not something about justice. And this is the first, main difference for me between between how Kleros works and what ODR works. And the other difference is that ODR, it means like online dispute resolution. It's based usually on alternative dispute resolution system. In alternative dispute resolution system, you have like some level of similarities with what we call the justice. The state level justice. State level justice is mandatory and enforceable without your consent. And in the alternative dispute resolution, it's voluntary and it's not enforceable. You could not like enforce the sanction except if the people are agrees on. I'm talking about arbitration. And on mediation, everything is at least optional, if I may say, or nothing is enforceable by itself. It's you agree to ask a mediation and to have a mediation opinion, and after that you agree to enforce this opinion. So for me, Kleros, it's something between the mediation and the arbitration. If we are looking to the characters of the characteristic of this way to find a decision, because Kleros, it's absolutely voluntary. If I'm asking something in Kleros which is not related to the smart contract execution, Kleros will just give me an answer. But but Kleros could also be enforceable if we are talking about the smart contract execution because of the blockchain and the link that can be made between Kleros and the Ethereum blockchain. So it's rather different actually than ODR.
So you see it on a spectrum essentially between mediation and arbitration, which I think is a very apt description of where it can sit, and also fits with that Mexican case that Federico was talking about, where you can see a partnership, I think, with more traditional forms of dispute resolution. Now, in the questions that we discussed with you, William, there was one that I thought was particularly thought-provoking, and I would like to put it to you now if you can expand on it. And you asked, I would like to discuss the impact of the Kleros crypto economy on decision-making fairness. And you say, in other words, is Kleros a kleptocracy, which I thought was quite a powerful word to put forward. I wondered whether plutocracy or kleptocracy, because ruling by the richer or ruling by a bunch of colluding small company of people.
To be absolutely fair, I don't have the answer of this question, but it's a question you can ask to every blockchain, like public blockchain protocol, because they are run by crypto economy. And in crypto economy, you have the token side, the token side, you have token holder, and usually it's not absolutely, the distribution of token is not fair. And in Kleros, some token holder are richer than other, and the first people who believe in Kleros and who invest in Kleros, they are supposed to be richer than the people who will arrive after them or after us. And the question is, it's always something that people like asking when they begin to understand Kleros. They say, okay, so to be a juror, you need to have token. More token you have, more vote power you have in taking decision. It's something very complicated because Kleros have implemented, like it's quite a radical mechanism where, even and I told as a lawyer, and I represent some whales on Kleros case. So sometimes there was some people in Kleros, they asked me to help them solving a case in Kleros, and they have like millions of PNK token. So they are this kind of kleptocratic people. But even for these people, Kleros, I never saw a case where the kleptocracy win actually. So but it's very interesting because I'm not sure. The question about kleptocracy, it's not about if the rich can win against the poor. It's more about like is the incentive, the economic incentive, will be like always aligned with the fairness of the decision. And I don't have the answer, so I let you maybe ask this question to.
I mean, this is very much the question that that we have been grappling with Federico, obviously. It has to be said without a straightforward answer so far, but at least we're asking the question. I don't know, William, just before I go to Federico with this topic, if you have any thoughts on that. I mean, how do you see, with someone who's very much involved in advising in this field, do you think that the economic incentive is incompatible with fairness and justice, or where does the alignment go?
But it depends on two things. The first one is what you call justice. I mean, in the head of normal or I mean normal people outside of Kleros, justice it's something very common with morality. So, but for me as a lawyer, I do not believe in jus naturalis. I do not believe that morality and laws should be linked everywhere all the time. So if you accept to separate and say you have the law in one side and the morality on the other side, they can have common they can share some space, but they are not supposed to be aligned there. Kleros can made great and a very powerful, because this economic incentive, it's often seen as a default or something very dangerous, and it is, but in the other side, it's very powerful. I mean, it's what makes Kleros working everywhere. Every time, and that can make Kleros like be a protocol of decision making, which is absolutely unbelievable if you put the token away.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to Mr. CEO for a minute and ask his views on fairness. And of course, Fede, you and I have talked about this many times, and I wonder how you see fairness in the e-economy that Kleros is targeting, and how it fits in to Kleros as a dispute resolution module, and how do you think that the jurors understand fairness? And I guess these questions should be prefaced by what is fairness, which is a metaphysical question, I suppose.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on that?
So I think that the first thing I always have to say is like to bring down a level of drama around Kleros, no? Because people immediately think about Kleros for criminal justice and sending people like to jail with a like online proceeding, like with anonymous people from the internet. So I'd say that Kleros is here to solve a problem that doesn't really have a problem. That is a lot of different transactions happening more and more in a global basis, in an online basis. They don't really have a good way to solve them, right? Second, so parties may want to engage in some voluntary agreement on the use of some, let's call it arbitration if you want, and we can discuss if it's mediation, arbitration, but they may want to have some procedure to solve disputes. So we didn't invent the fact of people privately agreeing to solve disputes in some private dispute resolution system. This is not something we invented as well. And so if parties agree to use a private resolution method and they know how it works and they agree to it, I don't see really that there is a problem with this. So far it's not imposed over someone who doesn't have knowledge on that. I don't think it's a bad thing, and it brings solutions to lots of cases that don't have solutions, as those that we always discuss of Alice and Bob. Also, regarding what William just said, so when we started Kleros, we were like thinking of, we always knew that it was more than escrow solution, right? We always had the idea that in the end, Kleros is a system that can pull some neutral, let's call it jury, that is going to follow rules to evaluate evidence, and then this will be used for verifying something or to adjudicate something, right? The use case we typically pitch is the case of escrow, Alice and Bob, because it's easier for people to understand and people can like relate to that. But we learned along the way that a very powerful use case for Kleros was the tokens case, and that was mostly a compliance verification type of use case. So long story short, I think it's fair as far as parties agree to this as a private dispute resolution system and they understand the rules and they agree with that. I don't see it as a problem.
So you see fairness, the concept of fairness in Kleros as being dependent on the parties trusting it essentially and opting in. And because if one looks at Kleros from the perspective of a traditional dispute resolution system, arbitration or the courts, I think the question in most people's minds and certainly in a lawyer's mind, is going to be, where does fairness fit with the Schelling point consensus system? And I don't know whether you have any thoughts on that.
I think that it has a lot to do with so in the 18th century, just let me speak a bit about philosophy. So this guy from Scotland came with this crazy idea that like people could pursue their own interest, and at the same time benefit the society. It was Adam Smith and this invisible hand. So when each of us, under some rules, look for our own interest, so the result for the society can be good. Kind of Kleros brings a similar frame of mind into this. Like people thought that Adam Smith was crazy. How can you derive a social good result from individually selfish actors? And because social good comes from charity and from being good citizens and caring about it. So, but this market mechanism had the magic of aligning the individual incentives with the society incentive. Kind of Kleros does a bit the same into the pooling of a community sense of fairness, following rules about different cases. So it's normal that people find it weird. It's normal that people find it that it's obviously wrong.
It's kind of said the same about everything.
Your mic is going.
We can't hear you, Fede.
Something happened with your mic.
Federico, we can't hear you.
No, it's bursting through. You'll need to change your mic.
Now?
It's better. Now it's better.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Kind of, I don't know when you stopped listening, but
No, it sort of broke down when you were explaining about the fact that you had privately incentivized individuals and how that aligned with fairness, essentially.
Yeah, kind of the underlying logic is kind of similar. Like if you can find an adequate mechanism design, so the fairness can be aligned with the private economic incentive of individuals. That's like the key insight. It's normal that people find it weird. It's because if everyone found Kleros like natural, it wouldn't be innovative, And also, but
I think what people find difficult to accept is the alignment of the dispensation of justice with economic gain. So optimizing economic gain being the way toward a fair result, as if fairness had to come for free, if you see what I mean, is the idea more philosophically, and where your model is extremely disruptive and innovative, is that you say, well, let's put that aside and see whether we cannot make jurors financially incentivized to come to the right conclusion. I mean, my own view is that it's a little bit early to say whether that works in every. I think the number of cases that you've had has shown that in most instances, economic incentive and the right result converge together. I think time will tell whether that's true in future instances. But that's a matter of time, I think. But I think that's what makes people uneasy, is the idea that getting to the right result and making money out of it is according to the result as well.
But that's what the lawyers have been doing for centuries, like getting to the right result.
Yes, but
money.
not, well, I mean, yes, of course, but
And
lawyers
arbitrators as well.
are not paid according to the right result. They're just paid. Result is right or wrong.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Yeah.
I think that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that I think it's normal. Yeah, people need to be uncomfortable with Kleros, and in the end, I think that when people tell me that they don't believe that this is fair, you know what I tell them? Like, try it. Go to Kleros and try it and see how you as a juror make decisions under this framework. That's the best way for one to feel it really.
Of course. So my last question to you before we go on to Jose is, so the thing that strikes me as an arbitrator and as a lawyer is that in the traditional justice system, the disputants, the parties to the dispute, have control. You know, they are at the center of this dispute. They control how they present their case. They control if there is an appeal, not. In your model, the disputants are not a byproduct because they are there. But once the process is underway, it's very much the jurors that are at the center of the model. The disputants do not control whether there will be an appeal or no appeal, and they just have to see this thing go through until the end. And I wonder again how that aligns with people's conception of what is fair and just if you don't even have control on disputes. What's your thought on that?
That's a good question, and that depends on the use case. In some use cases, that may be a concern, and if that is really a concern, you may not want to use Kleros for those type of use cases, right? That on one side, Kleros, we never said Kleros is for everything. Kleros is for some things and not for others. In other cases, having more people look at the case actually is leads to a better solution. You know, in the morning we discussed a case that arose in the token registry. There was a coin the buyer chain that was submitted to be listed, and it turned out that it was a scam. And the jurors, like I think the CTO was a fake profile, and everything was a scam. And you know, the token registry, the jurors making their own due diligence found out about the scam, and then the token was not accepted into the list, and they lost the deposit, etc., as it was supposed to do. And like a couple of months ago, the Chinese government was indicting the founders of that project for the scam Ponzi project.
Oh my God! Okay, wow.
This collective intelligence feature of Kleros so having more people look at things, look at what's going on. So yes. In this case, it protected consumers, right? So the answer is, as every lawyer says, it depends. In this case, in the token curation type of cases, the publicity of the case and the fact that anyone can contribute is a feature, not a bug. In other cases, it's a bug. And sometimes also in like smaller claims, smaller disputes, maybe it's not a problem. Like, you know, for like a pair of shoes dispute, who cares? Like controlling or not controlling. So that may not be a problem. Now, if you think of like oil and gas disputes for millions of dollars, yeah, maybe that's not the best thing for Kleros because of a number of.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that came to my mind as I was listening to Mauricio in the previous panels, when he was talking about the difference between consumers and prosumers and the energy sort of, so people who are not only consuming energy, but also creating and distributing it. I wondered whether we couldn't see Kleros jurors as prosumers of justice. So also not only obviously themselves being individuals who need justice in their day-to-day life, but also dispensing it from, you know, when they are acting as. I just thought the energy was interesting. Right. Thank you, Federico. I'm just going to turn to Jose for a minute and ask about legal design and creating services with disputes in mind. So you wanted to talk about, and I find it very interesting, why is Kleros perfect, that's a strong word, a perfect system for prototyping new types of services using legal design? Please tell us.
So first of all, I want to say hi to everyone. Sophie, it's a pleasure to meet you. William, Fede, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this panel. Super excited to be here with everyone. And I'll tell you why I think I'm super excited about Kleros. I think that in the world of justice and arbitration, and in my previous life, I did a lot of arbitration work. There are tons of assumptions that have never been tested, ever. And I don't think that in the justice system, we have actually done enough experiments to come up with new types of legal services. That's why, for instance, when we speak about Kleros, the initial intent is always to try to put it into an existing category, whether it exists as an ODR or whether it is somehow a mediation type of system. Like we want to box it immediately in something that exists, instead of thinking of Kleros as something different and new that might serve a different purpose. And I think that it's perfect to prototype because it gives tons of flexibility where we can actually think how to design different dispute systems for different types of services. And that's why when we think about disputes, we always separate the dispute from the type of service or product that makes the dispute arise. So I'll give you an instance. And one of the research that I'm doing with Kleros right now for Colombia, we're thinking of, so in Colombia, we have a system to help people use as collateral their own type of goods, like mobile goods. Instead of putting as collateral their apartment, many people in Colombia don't have an apartment. They might put as collateral maybe their car, or maybe even their furniture or jewelry, for instance, as collateral. And then the legislation that allows that has as our justice system as the system that will adjudicate a dispute in case a dispute arises between an individual and the bank. That doesn't make any sense at all because our court system is way too slow and too expensive. If we actually thought about embedding a dispute system in the collateral creation process at the outset, we could make the whole thing much more efficient. And the only way to see if that works is to prototype it. As lawyers, we have tons of discussions around whether this violates procedural justice or whether this does this or not. The only way to actually move the debate forward is to run experiments. And that's something that we don't do enough, either in arbitration or mediation or ODR. Kleros is quite flexible to allow us to run experiments. We even with Federico, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we used Kleros to prototype an experience of adjudicating disputes between tenants in Colombia in a class of mine. And that's very difficult to prototype with other types of systems. So that flexibility, I think, should allow us to come up with new types of categories for services, for disputes, and to think about how can we embed adjudication with the product or service as a whole, so that the user experience makes complete sense, instead of having the user here buying a product or a service and a dispute adjudication system that isn't fit or customized for this type of experience. So that I haven't found that flexibility in any other system. I don't think arbitration works for many of that. And I'll give you just a couple of things that I'm excited about exploring in Colombia. You could use Kleros, for instance, as a dispute system for founders agreements in startups. And you could embed that into the company system of Colombia, because it's way cheaper for founders to solve a dispute in Kleros than in our justice system. And you could design that adjudication system in Kleros with our company law procedures at the outset. You could do the same for corporate governance and boards of directors, for instance. So you can actually design the system to fit the service. So that's why I use the strong word perfect, Sophie.
I think you made a very compelling case for it. And how do you think Kleros can help services or create services that would assist with financial inclusion? because you are, obviously you are from a part of the world where that is a crucial thing.
And I think that there's tons, so Vijay Govindarandan, a very renowned professor from Tuck University, from Tuck Business School in Dartmouth, speaks a lot about reverse innovation. So like doing innovation in third world countries and bringing that back into the first world countries. I think we could do a lot about that in financial inclusion in the third world and bring it to more sophisticated types of disputes. The interesting thing here, the interesting thing that Kleros brings to the table is the ability to tokenize any type of property. And by tokenizing property, you can use that property as collateral for loans or for many other types of financial type of services. And by tokenizing property and embedding a dispute system with that, you can actually have a user experience that makes sense for people who don't have access to financial services. Because right now we have a court system that does not make any sense at all for anything. And I think that's a problem worldwide, maybe except in England. Or
no, also in England.
So in England. And we have some financial inclusive services that make sense, but they need adjudication in a manner that makes sense for that. So again, we cannot tokenize property through arbitration or through mediation, but we can tokenize property through Kleros and have everything being traceable so that we can do a financial transaction, provide a loan to someone, use that as collateral, but embed the adjudication of the dispute at the outset so that the user experience of the whole service and of the user makes complete sense.
But that doesn't that model that you're advocating for, isn't it premised on a much wider adoption of cryptocurrency than we have at the moment?
Not necessarily of cryptocurrency, it's just of tokenizing property. So for instance, and using the escrow mechanism of Kleros. And think about this from the perspective of a user who has never had financial services. And even for companies, I think that this system makes a lot of sense for banks where they can actually tokenize, for instance, a car, put that property on a ledger, and adjudicate on the basis of that token the property of the car. And that's a separate issue from the cryptocurrency aspect. So the idea is basically how can you put something that's traceable in property, and because everything would happen on Kleros, you actually have traceability, for instance, on the evidence and how the parties have acted. And you would know that there wouldn't be any tampering of the evidence, for instance, at the outset, because that's embedded in the design of the system itself. So it's a separate issue from cryptocurrency.
Thank you for clarifying that. I don't know, Fede, if you wanted to say something about that, because I know that this is one topic that you're very interested in, obviously, how to take Kleros in areas other than simply the crypto world.
Guys, I'm from Argentina. I am used to, the motivation for me to start working on these matters was because of the country having bad governance institutions, and seeing people being frustrated because they maybe had the talents to work and they made effort, but still there was no property rights because of corruption and all of the things that you know. So I think that when we get to a world where more things are tokenized, so this will level the playing field for everyone. It doesn't matter where you are. You can, if you have the right skill and the hard work and the drive to do it, then you can participate in the world economy. At the same level as if someone who is in the UK or the US or some developed jurisdiction. So I think that for this to work, we need some system like Kleros to provide the property rights protection. So, and also we are going to a world that is going to be more digital and not less digital in the future, and property is going to be more tokenized in opposition to less tokenized. So this is the way that's coming, and we have to ride this way.
Absolutely.
And it needs for.
Sorry, Jose, go ahead.
And it also works not only for disputes in the third world, but also for instance for disputes arising out of supply chains. By being able to trace everything in a supply chain, you're actually tracing evidence and how parties have acted. So that would make the adjudication much more easier. the beauty for me around Kleros is that we can actually, for the first time, experiment much more widely, which we cannot do with other types of services, of adjudication services like mediation and arbitration, where I don't think there has been enough experimentation for the legal world to come actually with better types of services in the justice system.
No, the difficulty with the traditional arbitration and litigation is that it has been grabbed by those big players with very high stakes disputes, and obviously that consumes almost every resource that the system has, which are limited. Obviously, they are human. There are so many hours in a day. And so that has left no space for anything else. That's the difficulty with it. Which is, there's no blame to, I don't think, to place anywhere. It's just a matter of fact and a reality.
Sophie, let me ask you a question now, because this is very relevant. So you explained to me how arbitration started and what were the objections that arbitrators in the early days faced from national courts. And I think that it looks a lot like the objection that the Kleros gets. Maybe you can explain that to the audience.
Of course, yes. So when arbitration started, as I explained a little bit in the podcast that we did together, the concept of arbitration, which is to have a trusted third party decide privately a dispute, is very old. It's a concept that's millennia old. But the actual modern concept of commercial arbitration started in certain industries, which wanted to have a decision maker who knew the ins and outs of the industry and didn't be educated in it and could render a very practical commercial decision very quickly. And because it was a private means of dispute resolution away from the courts, arbitration was not at all accepted at the beginning, or was very much, people were skeptical of it. And it took a while for the law to evolve to the degree that we are here now, seeing arbitration statutes in most countries where arbitration is, and the New York Convention, obviously, recognizing arbitration awards as if they were judgments. So absolutely a parallel with where you are now. There's no question. And I think what is holding you back as a concept is also not only obviously the coming to terms with what your model is, but also the lack of regulation of the space that you're in. I think that's also something that will come, but definitely a parallel. The last question I have, and it's for everyone on my panel, it has to do with procedural guarantees or due process. So we've talked about fairness of outcome, fairness of decisions, but what about the procedural guarantees that you get? Parties who come to a tribunal, be it arbitration or the courts, where you have an expectation of being treated equally at the same level. So both sides have an opportunity to put their case forward fully and on the same level, that there will be some sort of equal treatment, that there will be an opportunity to respond to the case made against you. What is there in the Kleros model that provides these guarantees? And that was I'm going to ask William first because he came up with this question. Please. When he's finished typing.
Yes, I was typing a question.
Take this off. Take this off.
You don't hear me?
Can't hear you.
Those headphones are not great.
No, and you look better without it as well.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I was typing a question in the chat for the other participants.
Go ahead. Answer the question. I'm going to answer the question.
Maybe I can ask it. Yeah, because I have heard that there is a discussion about arbitration in Kleros, and Abir Sharma is telling that if I have rightly read what he's saying, that Kleros may be an arbitration system. I mean, basically, merely. But I have understood that in the arbitration you have to follow some, like, the core procedural guarantee, and you have to respect the I don't know the name in English, but in France we say the police law, like the core law of the states. because the arbitration can be appealed before a state trial, and this state trial will control this the respect of this like core procedural guarantee. So it's not a problem, because Kleros is not used to do this kind of case for now, and I don't know if it ever be used for this kind of case, but it is something like which once again differ Kleros from like an arbitration system or an online arbitration system. But in the other hand, Kleros have a lot of other advantages, like it's online, it's cheap, it's fast. You don't need a lawyer, so there is a lot of advantages that do not exist in arbitration system.
So do I understand your answer to be there are no procedural guarantees in Kleros? Is that what you're saying?
But it's not a procedure. There is procedural guarantee made by Kleros, and if you accept the Kleros law, but it's not the procedural guarantee we usually understand. If you arrive in front of a trial, a state level trial, or a state level court, of course. I mean, I never want to defend, like to represent someone who want to prevail a Kleros case right now before a French judge, for instance. I mean, it will
it's too early for that. It's too early. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too early, and it will be a bloodbath. I mean,
in Mexico, it seems it can work. I don't know if you listen, but we are testing a rental case in Mexico where the lawyer who's an expert in arbitration and mediation in Mexico, so he found a way for this to be legal under Mexican law. So that would depend, I think, in different jurisdictions, possibly.
Of course, and it depends of the understanding of the jurisdiction about Kleros, and it depends on what you are asking to the jurisdiction. I mean, if you are telling Kleros it's a technical protocol or it's a mediation protocol, and you accept or you do not accept the decision, there will never be a problem. If you are telling it's an arbitration protocol, the judge will say, okay, so could you explain me the procedural guarantee? And the judge will, because the judge, they are very human. No? I mean, they are not fair, or it's not justice. It's just human people who are with habits, with their own understanding of what is wrong and what is right. And I think today, I mean, in 2020, Kleros could be.
Which is why I have been querying whether the word arbitration should appear at all in the Kleros model, because the minute that you put arbitration up there as a label, it comes with a certain baggage, obviously. And so, yeah. Jose, I don't know if you have any thoughts with that, and then I'll ask Mr. CEO to close the panel.
Sure. I actually think that we should move away, when discussing Kleros, we should move away maybe from procedural justice and think about trust and efficiency. Because at least from my experience in arbitration, there was tons of discussions around procedural justice, which amounted to tons of lawyer fees, tons of arbitration fees, 4 years of work, and not very meaningful results for companies. For a bunch of people, and especially in disputes in the online world, you want someone that you trust acts ethically, and someone that actually resolves disputes fast. Especially
that goes to the roots of arbitration at the beginning as well. It was about trust and speed. At the beginning, exactly.
At the beginning.
Absolutely.
And especially if you think about it from the perspective of a user that has never had a dispute, either a user that's very sophisticated or that's not sophisticated. I'm pretty sure a bunch of them, if they do an economic analysis of their dispute, they'd rather choose trust and efficiency for procedural justice in many events. So that's my take.
Thank you very much. Federico, you'll have the last word.
Well, I think that all these discussions are what we should be having at this moment in time, because the legal transformation, the digital transformation is coming to law. And not just because of Kleros, of course. This is, well, Sophie, you've been studying technology in law for a long time, before even Kleros was an idea. So this is the future of law, has a lot more to do with machine learning and decision-making mechanisms that Kleros is, at least Kleros has humans making the,
that is true.
What happens
that
when,
is true.
Right? Because people always want to see the, this different process. What if they just you have like a bot and you can't appeal to whatever the bot says? That's a scary thing to me. Kleros is a lot of the result of first principles thinking of how, if we had to not just try to reform judiciary systems, which is perfect and someone has to do that, but like, what if we were trying to reinvent dispute resolution or neutral decision making, if you want to call it, which has implications for dispute resolution, but also for compliance and all. So how would we do it these days with the problems we have these days and the technology we have now? If you ask me about procedural things, blockchain is the best procedural guarantee that you may ever dream of. Everything is going to be executed as it's coded, and no one is going to tamper with that. No one is going to bribe the judge, or if they try to bribe the jurors, there is a mechanism designed which tends to break those attempts. Of course, Kleros is not perfect. Kleros is a work in progress. If you were at the talk by Eyal Winter in the morning, he pointed to a number of the problems to solve in Kleros, and some of them are bigger than others. But Kleros is not a company, it's an institution. Like, we're building an institution, which is not something that we, the Kleros team, are building. It's the community who bring all of these ideas, and the Kleros that exists today. Kleros has been around for 2 years now, on the mainnet, so it's very new. Imagine with all the community input in 10 years what this could look like, and all of the improvements that it could bring to lots of people in the world, bringing them, rule of law where they don't have it. So that's what I think that we should aim at.
Absolutely. Well, it remains for me to thank you all three of you, for a fascinating discussion and for very frank answers, which I appreciate. And Damien, that's it for our panel. Thank you very much for everyone for listening.
Thank you,
everyone.
Sophie, and thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much, Sophie, and everyone.
Okay, so now what is the next thing, Damien? We have a break now,
Brian,
or is
we'll have a short break. We're waiting for Brian Avello to show up from MakerDAO. We should be online in around 8 minutes, so let's go for a short break. Grab a cup, a glass of water or something, Fede. Relax a little bit, and we'll be back very quickly with more.
See you in 8 minutes, exactly. Hello, guys. How are you? I hope you're not too tired. We are reaching the end of this first day of the conference. We are here with Brian Avello, who is the General Counsel at the Maker Foundation, to present. How are you, Brian? First, all good?
Yeah, good, Federico. How are you?
Good, very good. Let me share my screen a second. So just 10 more minutes to present the Kleros Maker Fellowship that is open now for applications. Well, we have been discussing earlier about the Kleros Fellowship of Justice. We have seen, we have a full panel of people who participated in the fellowship doing different types of research. Some Abir presented about the use of Kleros for ICANN domain name disputes. Luis presented about how this could be potentially used for some types of contracts in the context of Venezuela. And we had also Mauricio discussing Kleros for peer-to-peer energy disputes in the decentralized energy economy that's coming. So we have already lots of people who have done research about lots of different types of use cases for Kleros. And one thing that we learned, and I discussed this in the morning about Kleros, is very big potential it has for curation of different things, and in particular, curation of crypto assets that should be that could be accepted into decentralized exchange, for example, or any decentralized finance application. So this gave me the idea of what if some type of curation mechanism could help MakerDAO community in their collateral onboarding process, which is something that I understand they have been like exploring for a while. And this gave me the idea to propose to Brian doing some research work together in what we call the Kleros Maker Fellowship, which is basically the idea is to have one Kleros Maker Fellow do a 6-month research project for with the goal of seeing how to develop a decentralized curation framework for onboarding assets into the multi-collateral DAI. So what's the potential of token registries into helping MakerDAO community transform or improve or refine the method they have now, if they choose to do so, of course. And this has a 3,000 DAI per month stipend, which is sponsored by the cooperative Kleros and the Maker Foundation to do this research. The requirements for the fellow is to submit a high quality report, of course, contribute their insights to the MakerDAO forum where all these things are discussed currently, and also give a presentation of the findings in the MakerDAO governance and risk call. So applications are open. There are already a bunch of very, very good candidates that we are already interviewing. So this is the last opportunity you have for applying. The applications closed November 16th, so you have like only 4 more days to apply. And so that's it for me. And Brian, if you want to say some words on behalf of the Maker Foundation.
Yeah, of course, more than happy to, Federico. Thanks for the time. Thanks for having me, and I hope the conference is going well. I'm sure it is, and I just want to take a few moments to talk a little bit about kind of how we see this fellowship turning out, and I think the opportunities there for any ambitious lawyers who are looking at whether it's getting more involved in decentralized finance or in particular in the MakerDAO community. There is a more than ample amount of opportunities for you or for perhaps you and some of your colleagues to really make an impact on how the DAO evaluates these sorts of tokens going forward. I think Federico went over the contours of the fellowship itself, but to the extent I can add any color, I think there is right now, as part of the collateral onboarding process, different mandated actors, in other words, actors who are voted on to take certain roles in MakerDAO are performing a number of different analyses with regard to different tokens that are being considered for onboarding, from risk analysis to smart contract analysis to interim governance and how the governance actual MIPS process through which those collateral types are evaluated and potentially onboarded. there are a number of these different groups that are providing very discrete services for the DAO. And I mean, my own personal opinion, this is not me speaking on behalf of the foundation. This is just me, you know, speaking in my individual capacity. I think there's a lot of opportunities there for an attorney to, you know, provide some analysis regarding these different sorts of collateral assets that are being discussed and considered in the community. And frankly, an opportunity there, even though it's a fellowship for 6 months. I think one thing that anyone who's followed Maker for quite some time notes that individuals that kind of start their way in the community as maybe providing, you know, discrete comments on a certain thing that's popping up in governance or what have you, tend to make a reputation for themselves there, and many of whom, you know, continue to contribute not only in MakerDAO but also in other decentralized, decentralized communities who are also facing similar issues, right? So I think there's a chance for, there's a very interesting opportunity to do some research and to make sure that your research is listened to, heard, and potentially acted on by this decentralized group of MKR holders. And that also would give you the opportunity to really make a name for yourself in the MakerDAO community and have that reputation be able to be transferred over to other projects that you could potentially contribute to. So I think the best way, if I were, you know, a young lawyer looking to get more involved in DeFi, you look at something like this, and it's not just a narrow opportunity to work on, you know, a report or a series of reports or frameworks for, you know, looking at specific types of assets, but also really an opportunity to start, you know, getting your foot in the door as much as you can of a decentralized community that doesn't have any doors. It's the best opportunity for you to start your career in this way, and, you know, follow something that's really a cutting edge legal issues and be able to transfer that experience, you know, whether it's you're continuing to contribute to the DAO, to MakerDAO, or contributing in a similar manner to other DAOs in the future. It's a really interesting opportunity for someone who's willing to put the time and work in. And obviously you have a fellowship that, you know, could that makes sure that ensures that you get remunerated for those efforts. So I'm very excited. I think, you know, Federico mentioned that there's a really incredibly qualified candidates. I mean, very impressed. I'm sure I wouldn't get chosen if I were the one applying, if I were on the other side of the coin. But Federico and I would be at the bottom of the list, but very impressive candidates nonetheless. And, you know, like Federico said, it's a real opportunity for anyone else who wants to try to get involved to take that chance. So look forward to seeing any other applications, and hopefully if some of you do apply, get a chance to meet you as we go through the interview process. So that's it for me, but, you know, again, much appreciate the brief window of time I had to talk about this, and obviously thanks to Federico for setting it up and following through on it.
Thank you a lot, Brian. If there is one question, maybe we can take from the audience, and then we move on.
Of course,
to the
no problem.
Final word. Is there any question from the audience about this? Let me see. Do you need to be an active lawyer? Can you be non-practicing? It's not a requirement to be a lawyer. If you, there are different candidates, and no, it's not a definitive requirement. Being a securities lawyer may help in some way to have the expertise.
Sure, I think too, it's an opportunity. Even if, you know, if I were on the other side of the coin, you know, no pun intended, and looking at this as an opportunity, if you're a law student, you know, whether you're in the United States, you're going into your third year of law school, or you're, you know, towards the end before graduation, you want, something like this could potentially be an independent research project for which you get paid, and you could use that as a basis for, like I said, working in this decentralized community, or even starting to build up, you know, the resume that you would be able to use this experience and make it directly applicable to the next, to your first or second or third professional position. If you're working in a law firm, you're working in government, etc. You know, there's opportunities there for very entrepreneurial or enterprising students to have this opportunity. And like, you know, Federico said, there's no delineation between whether or not you're barred or whether or not you still have graduated. It really is an open-ended fellowship for someone interested in doing this research.
Imagine graduating and you already have this experience of having been chosen for the fellowship and having this experience for, you know, in the DeFi. That's,
oh yeah, for sure.
A very good way to start your career.
I mean, frankly, it's, you know, obviously I'm based in the United States. My viewpoint tends to be American centric, for better or for worse, but it's something where, you know, this is something that an area of practice that a lot of firms are building up departments and practices around. So if you come in, even if you're on the younger side, a younger associate with 2 or 3 years experience, you have something like this on your resume that could really set you up. Aside from the practical experience you would gain working on this and having the opportunity to present to this group of holders, et cetera, having that in your back pocket and being able to really leverage that experience for different positions you might want to be applying for in the future is something I think would be very valuable. Again, my opinion, not the foundations, but I think that would be incredibly valuable for your legal experience and practice going forward.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Brian, for your opinions and you participating. And let's just move on to the final moments of this first day of the conference, so closing words of day one. So we started with a presentation about Kleros. So you all have this ground where you could understand what we are doing, what we're building, different use cases. Then Jose Luis Martí presented about the main context, the big picture of where Kleros is existing and is growing. This is a context where the crowd law and the more parts of the governance institutions of societies are moving into the crowd and collective intelligence. Then we reviewed a bit about some specific way in which these institutions can be built. In particular, in this case, some governance for financial markets of the future, with how Diversify and Kleros are thinking together about DeFi and compliance of crypto assets with a number of guidelines for consumer protection, for example. Then we have Eyal Winter with that very thought-provoking talk about game theory and how rationality and emotions can affect decision-making in contexts like Kleros in particular, but more generally in decentralized justice mechanism designs. Then we move to this fantastic panel where Abir, Mauricio, and Luis presented their findings during the fellowship. Abir in the case of ICANN and domain name disputes, Mauricio in the case of peer-to-peer energy networks, and Luis in the case of in the context of the sociological research he's doing regarding how Kleros could potentially be used in a context like Venezuela. Then we move to the discussion about, well, where does this all fit in the legal system? Is this legal? Is it not legal? Is it arbitration? Is it not? What is Kleros? So we discussed this with Sophie, William, Jose, and myself. So that was a really, really thought-provoking as well, a provocative discussion we had. And finally, we discussed with Brian a bit about the Kleros and Maker Fellowship and how curation technology can help decentralize a number of decisions in compliance for crypto assets. So what's coming tomorrow? In the morning, we have Clement, who will be discussing, presenting the Kleros as a technology. This will be the first talk tomorrow at 15 UTC. Then there is a really interesting panel with Clement and Edmund, and not Stefan. Stefan cannot come. He sent Alex Herman, and we are going to discuss Kleros in the context of oracles and the subjective oracle. And well, as we saw in the morning with Stuart, in my morning, the case 302 and how Kleros can be used for adjudicating disputes happening in prediction markets. Then we will get deeper into the game theory and the cryptoeconomics of Kleros with the great William George, who will present the latest findings and the latest research we are conducting at the cooperative in order to further the development of the Kleros Protocol. Then we're going to have a number of talks presenting different dApps that we are developing. Matt is going to present Curate, this app that allows anyone to create a curated list for anything that they want. Just have your community do the curation following the rules. Then we're going to move into a specific use case of curation that is proof of humanity. So Santi is going to first introduce the topic, analyzing different approaches that have been taken to the problem of personhood on the blockchain. Then we will present Enrique, who is actually working on the proof of humanity dApp that we are developing so a kind of curation list for humans. He will show you that work tomorrow. Then we have Enrique, who is going to present Lingo, 2 Enriques in a row. Lingo is a DApp that allows anyone to request translations backed by Kleros dispute resolution. So if you have a translation done in Lingo and then you're not happy with the result, you can challenge it, and then it goes to a resolution done by Kleros. So it secures the work that you do the request on the blockchain and for translations. Then we are going to see an app called Dispute Resolver that anyone can use to create their own disputes and send them to Kleros for resolution. And that's it for today. I think that we all need to rest a bit, and so happy to have you here. That was a really, really awesome day and lots of discussions and very intelligent conversations we had. Well, see you tomorrow then. Yeah, have a good sleep. Bye-bye.